Chapter 3555. Lu Yin looked at this scene and felt that it was ridiculous. He had obtained everything he wanted by abandoning Yu Susu, but in the end he still ended up in Yu Susu's hands. What kind of karma was this? Was it destined by the heavens? He raised his head and looked at the stars. What role did he play in this karma? A hired thug. He was willing to do so, but the result was a cycle that prevented Yu Ting from breaking free from Yu Susu. What was this? The heavens pitied Yu Susu, so they used him to help her? Was this his own pity, his own plan, or was this karma that had long been destined by the heavens? Had his actions been written down by karma long ago? Did the person who wrote this karma take pity on him so he came out? No one could give Lu Yin an answer, so he could only search for it himself. In this small courtyard, Lu Yin felt an inexplicable chill towards karma. He had clearly cultivated karma and had cultivated the karma heavenly Dao, so why was he still afraid of karma? You can leave. From today onwards, for horse commerce belongs to me. Yu Susu's voice rang out. Yu Ting stared blankly at Yu Susu. You want to chase me away? Yu Susu took a deep breath, her gaze cold. That's right. Yu Ting clenched his fists and suppressed his anger. For horse commerce was created by me. Without me there would be no four-horse commerce. Only I can lead four-horse commerce to search for the sequence foundation materials. You can't chase me away, I am four-horse commerce. Yu Susu stared coldly at Yu Ting. You are only yourself. You have the talent to search for the sequence foundation materials, but four-horse commerce is four-horse commerce. It represents many people. Without me, four-horse commerce is nothing. Yu Ting growled. Yu Susu smiled happily. Father, have you forgotten that I made a deal with the main commerce in Bai City? From today onwards, the main commerce will no longer compete with us for the sequence foundation materials. In other words, once a sequence foundation material appears, only four-horse commerce can purchase it. Even if I leave you, the four-horse trade union will still be able to reach the same level as the main trade union. In the past, the main trade union was on par with your talent, and it will still be the same in the future. You can search for sequence foundation materials on your own, but in this spiritualized universe, there is only one trade union that can find sequence foundation materials, and that is my four-horse trade union. Yu Ting was furious. You're dreaming, Yu. Suddenly he saw Lu Yin and his tone softened as he pleaded. Susu, don't spout nonsense. The four-horse commerce belongs to us father and daughter. With me here, with my spiritual gift and the four-horse commerce's current status, we can directly monopolize the materials needed to spiritualize the universe's sequence foundation. Our positions will not be inferior to anyone else's, and without me, it will be extremely difficult for the four-horse commerce to find the materials needed to spiritualize the universe. The main chamber of commerce manages the spiritual universe's resources. The four-horse chamber of commerce can't compare to them. Yu Susu shook her head. I will cooperate with the chamber of commerce. They will not refuse to cooperate with the four-horse chamber of commerce. It is not difficult. Yu Ting suppressed his anger. You can't drive me away. See, my chamber of commerce is mine. What right do you have to drive me away? Yu Susu's face was cold. Because I went to Bai City and risked my life to negotiate the terms, do you dare? Yu Ting stared blankly at Yu Susu. At this moment he felt that Yu Susu was a stranger. In the distance, old Tao and the rest watched this scene quietly. It was not rare for a father and daughter to fall out in the cultivation world. If Yu Ting did not force her, Yu Susu would not have acted like this. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and realized that today, even if Yu Susu forgave Yu Ting, it was useless. From the moment Master brought Yu Susu out of Bai City, there was only one ending. If Yu Ting was allowed to continue to control the four-horse chamber of commerce, wouldn't Master's efforts be in vain? Yu Susu could see this point clearly, but Yu Ting could not. It was not that he was stupid, but that he cared too much about the four-horse chamber of commerce. For this, he did not hesitate to abandon his daughter. How could he let it go at this moment? Yu Ting, from today onwards, you and I will sever our relationship as father and daughter. You are also not allowed to establish a chamber of commerce to collect the sequence foundation. Otherwise, the four-horse chamber of commerce will not let you off. Yu Susu said coldly. Yu Ting's body trembled. This was a state of extreme anger that was suppressed by fear of Lu Yin. If not for Lu Yin, he would have personally torn this girl's mouth apart. A gust of wind blew. The wind in Clear River Domain had never been so cold, But Yu Ting shivered at this moment. He stood up weakly and tried to make a final effort to say something. Lu Yin spoke. Announce to the public that you have withdrawn from the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. From now on, the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce's president will be Yu Susu. Yu Ting's heart sank. With Lu Yin's words, this matter was settled. He was a sky beyond sky, a genius who could find the sequence foundation that Yu Xian valued. With Yu Xian behind him, he could threaten anyone. Even if he faced Yu Xian, he had the confidence to say that he would not die. However, in front of Lu Yin, he did not dare to be presumptuous. This was a rare ruthless person who did not care about Yu Xian and even dared to scold him. His confidence was useless in front of this person. Not long after, the news of the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce shook Clear River Domain. Yu Ting would pass the position of president to Yu Susu, and he would leave Clear River Domain forever. Clear River Domain was originally a very ordinary place, but because of the birth of Yu Ting, many people knew about it. If Yu Ting left, what would happen to Clear River Domain? What would happen to the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce? Why would President Yu Ting leave? What happened to the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce? Could it be that eldest Miss chased President Yu Ting away? How is that possible? You and I both know how she treats the Four-Horse Chamber of Commerce. It's impossible that she is filial to President Yu Ting. Lower your voice. I heard from my neighbor's nephew that Yu Ting and Yu Susu have turned against each other. There is also the matter of Daoyu Villa. What Daoyu Villa? You don't know? That's right. If you don't set foot in the universe, you won't know about this colossus. Let me put it this way, Daoyu Villa is comparable to 3 Xianxians or even more. Are you crazy? Comparable to Xianxian? And there were 3 of them? How is that possible? There is only one Xianxian in the Chamber of Commerce. Xianxian is no longer Xianxian. Don't talk nonsense, be careful of bad luck. I have a jade pendant that has been passed down in my family. Every time I enter my dream, I can see a fairy floating over and saying something to me. However, I am stupid, or perhaps I don't have enough luck, so I can't hear it clearly. You two are outstanding and dignified and will definitely achieve great things in the future. I am willing to part with it, but I don't want it to be covered in dust. I hope that you two can use it to transform into the mortal world and become Xianxian in the future. Scram, liar. You two, I am not a liar. Every word comes from the bottom of my heart. Don't you want the jade pendant? There are jade stones and bamboo slips. If you really can't, this yellow toilet paper will do. There are pictures on it. Far away from Clear River Domain in a remote corner, there was a cultivator. Shuttling, he suddenly stopped and stared in one direction. There, the void distorted from time to time as if something flashed past, but when he looked carefully, there was nothing. Junior sister, what's wrong? Senior brother, something seemed to have passed by just now. No, junior sister, are you tired? Maybe. Then let's rest for a while. Okay, I feel tired too. Why does that thing look like a mouth? A mouth? A mouth shuttling through the void? Junior sister, you're too tired. After the two left, the void distorted and a mouth appeared before vanishing. In the next instant, it turned into an ear and then an eye that constantly shuttled through the void. If Lu Yin saw this, he would definitely recognize that this was Qianmen Faidu. Qianmen Faidu's innate gift was unique. He relied on a door in the void and moved without a trace. Even Lu Yin found it difficult to catch him. As long as he had enough time to spread his door throughout the spiritualized universe, he would be able to monitor anyone. He was Heaven's Hand's biggest and most secretive source of information. Ever since Lu Yin had let him go during the battle at Southbound Realm, he had gone to look for Zhikong Domain to secretly transmit information. News of his existence and cooperation with Zhikong Domain had also been openly spread to young Master Yu. Because of this, young Master Yu had gone into seclusion for a few days. He had only found out about this through Mr. Li. This matter had allowed Zhikong Domain and Old Yu to see why Lu Yin had let him go. Lu Yin was trying to sow discord between the overt and covert channels so that young Master Yu would feel pressured. The third manager had no intention of letting Zhikong Domain off. After being schemed against by Zhikong Domain several times, he wanted to turn the tables and scheme against Zhikong Domain. Even if Zhikong Domain had seen through the third manager's goal, it was impossible for him to give up on Qianmen Faidu. In Zhikong Domain's words, the overt channels would disappear one day, and Zhikong Domain's master would only transmit information in secret. There was no need to sow discord as Zhikong domain was an obvious enemy. Qianmen Faidu firmly believed this, so he no longer cared about young Master Yu. As for helping the third manager find Meng Sang, Qianmen Faidu originally did not care. However, the search for Meng Sang was not just for the third manager but also for the Zhikong domain. Meng Sang had suddenly disappeared and no one could understand what had happened. They had clearly prepared to set off on an expedition to the Tian Yuan universe, but Yu Sang Tian had suddenly called for them to stop. Then Meng Sang had suddenly disappeared the moment they set off. Yi Sang Tian and Bao Qi Sang Tian could not find her, which was too strange. Everyone wanted to find Meng Sang. Qianmen Faidu did not want to meddle in Sang Tian's affairs, so he did not put in any effort to search for her. However, coincidentally, the door that he had set up in a certain corner of space had been activated, and he had actually seen Meng Sang Tian through it. In order to confirm this, he had specially gone to that corner of space to take a look. If it really was Meng Sang Tian, then he would have done a great service to the Zhikong domain. Of course, he did not dare to go himself. After all, it was Meng Sang Tian, and it would be troublesome if he was discovered. Lu Yin had punched him until his mouth was full of blood, but he had not forgotten about this matter. The safest method was to constantly push the door open and stay far away from it. Then even if he was discovered, nothing would happen. In the end, the third manager had still smashed his mouth open, but he had not been able to kill him. A few days later, the door kept flickering and an eye peered through the door into outer space. Finally, he saw Meng Sang. Meng Sang was in her beast form and she was standing in outer space looking into the distance. No one knew what she was doing. Qianmen Faidu was puzzled and he wanted to approach her, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He had already confirmed Meng Sang's existence, and the next step was to inform Elder Yu. As for telling Lu Yin, he had never even considered it. He had the Zhikong domain behind him and Elder Yu was his true backer. Chapter 3556. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him and grabbed his eyeball. For an eyeball, the hand covered the starry sky. Interesting talent. Qianmen Faidu was shocked. He didn't notice the hand in advance. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His eyeball was caught. He had no choice but to give it up. He could recover anyway, just like when the third head smashed his mouth. But in the next moment, Qianmen Faidu's mind went blank. He saw the starry sky again. It wasn't the eyeball in the door but himself. He was far away from this corner of the starry sky, but he crossed the starry sky and suddenly appeared in the door where the eyeball was. Everything happened in an instant. When Qianmen Faidu woke up, he was already in the corner of the starry sky. A hand pressed down on his head and he couldn't move. How could this be? Ever since he was born with this spiritualization talent, he was rarely discovered, and it was easy for him to get information. Even Sang Tian might not be able to escape from his surveillance. He was confident that even if he was discovered by an expert at Sang Tian's level, he could still escape with some injuries. Especially after facing the invincible third head, he was even more confident. As long as he didn't appear, no one could do anything to him. However, his confidence was shattered at this moment. He didn't even know how he appeared. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. No, he didn't even have the thought of fighting back. The hand on his head loosened, but Qianmen Faidu still didn't dare to move. He looked up and saw a man standing in front of him. The moment he saw this man, he had an indescribable feeling. He felt like he couldn't move, listen, stand, and obey. It was a strong feeling, so strong that he couldn't deny it. After all, Qianmen Faidu was the master of Heaven's hand. He was a spirit prime realm expert, second only to Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe. However, he had such thoughts in front of this man. Ever since he stepped into the cultivation world, there was only one person who had given him such thoughts: Yu Sang Tian. Was this man comparable to Yu Sang Tian? Was that your spiritualization talent? Interesting and useful. The man looked at Qianmen Faidu with a smile as if he was looking at an item. Qianmen Faidu bowed subconsciously. Greetings, senior. The man smiled. You haven't seen me yet. You can only see me when I need you to. On this day, a piece of news shook the spiritualized universe, and all the cultivators were excited. Yu Sang Tian came out of seclusion. Ever since the Dayu Villa came to the spiritualized universe, Yu Sang Tian had been in seclusion. This was the consensus of all cultivators, and it was also an announcement from beyond heaven. If Yu Sang Tian hadn't been in seclusion, Daoist Mountain Manor wouldn't have been able to act so presumptuously, continuously breaking the rules, killing Xianxia and provoking extreme palace. Now that Xianxia had come out of seclusion, the entire spiritualized universe was waiting to see how he would deal with Daoist Manor. In the clear river domain, Lu Yin sat in his courtyard as a starry sky appeared in his heart. A figure rushed out of the general appointment platform hell, panting heavily and almost losing his balance. Beside the stone table Rumu poured tea. Lu Yin accepted it and took a sip, his gaze landing on the figure. How is it? The figure was a woman. It was City Master Feng. On the day that Yu Ting was chased away, he gave her two choices. 1. She could endure 10 days of suffering and leave as she pleased. 2. She could stay in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild and protect old villain Yi and Yi Yener, just like how Xian protected Yu Susu. Lu Yin hoped to use the Merchant Guild to collect as many spirit seeds as possible and destroy them to prevent the future of the spiritualized universe. This idea was somewhat unrealistic, but since he had this idea, he would follow his heart and let the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild and 4 Horse Merchant Guild work together to obtain as many spirit seeds as possible. It was better than nothing. According to probability, they would definitely be able to stop a few geniuses, but it was better than doing nothing. In any case, he didn't have to worry about it. City Master Feng chose to endure 10 days of suffering without hesitation. She was a spiritualized beast and had experienced all kinds of suffering. Ever since she stepped into the world of cultivation, she had been competing with others for life and death. Now that she was nearing the end of her lifespan, even death was no longer terrifying. What else could she not endure? Then Lu Yin pushed her into the general appointment platform hell to increase her karma. City Master Feng panted heavily, her pupils dilating as she looked at the ground. She felt like she had been reborn for a long time. Her lifespan was nearing its end and her body was filled with the aura of decay, but she still felt like she had been reborn. The experience of these 10 days was unforgettable. She had seen many people in the past, her family, her enemies, her lovers. She had experienced many things and regretted many things. She had wanted to choose again, but in the end she had returned to reality. She had endured indescribable suffering, and this made her understand why Lu Yin was so confident. She would rather die than endure such suffering again. City Master Feng slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Yin. There was a rare look of fear in her eyes. Death was not scary. What was scary was being reborn and not being able to change the past. In the end, she still had to face death. That was the scariest thing. What is that? City Master Feng's voice was dry. Rumu looked at her curiously. She was a spirit prime, but on the verge of death she felt fear. It had only been a few days. What kind of ability did this third boss have? Lu Yin smiled. Do you want to try again? 10 days, 100 days, or? No need. You promised me to endure 10 days of suffering. I can stay or go as I please. City Master Feng hurriedly said. She could not endure that kind of pain again. Lu Yin smiled brightly. That's right. You can stay or go as you please after 10 days of suffering. However, you've only endured 5 days. City Master Feng's expression changed. What did you say? Lu Yin spread his hands. Behind him, Rumu said, You can look at the time. It's only been 5 days. There are still 5 days left. City Master Feng stared at Lu Yin in a daze, her face twitching. You. Lu Yin looked at her with a smile. Without experiencing the karma of general appointment hell, she did not understand the feeling. Of course, he would let City Master Feng experience it for 5 days. It would be unforgettable before he gave her a choice. Entering general appointment hell for a few days could increase karma, and for those who entered it was hard to tell the time. Lu Yin had experienced it himself. That cycle, the feeling of wanting to change the ending but not being able to do so, was despair. Time was too extravagant for those in the cycle of karma. She did not know how much time had passed. Rumu looked at City Master Feng sympathetically. Even though she did not know what she had endured, she had thought that such a painful experience was over. Now she found that she had to continue enduring it. She looked at Lu Yin with deep fear in her eyes. Lu Yin looked at City Master Feng calmly. City Master Feng stared at Lu Yin for a while before clenching her fists. Continue. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? There are still 5 days left. I can make you suffer even more. City Master Feng's eyes narrowed and her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. Continue. Lu Yin nodded and sighed. All right, you can go. City Master Feng was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Rumu was also surprised. That was it? You're willing to let me go? City Master Feng could not believe it. This person was so vicious. He made her suffer that kind of torture and was willing to give it up. Lu Yin was helpless. 5 days of suffering is the price for attacking me. If you don't want to go to 100 Leaves Guild, I won't force you to stay. There is no deep hatred between us and you are about to die. There is no need to torture someone who is about to die. Go. City Master Feng looked at Lu Yin deeply and her face gradually recovered. Thank you. She did not hesitate and turned to leave. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Rumu said, Master, it's a pity. She is an expert after all. Lu Yin did not care. How many people like her are there in Door of Arts? Rumu thought, I don't know. Zhang Ming and Sang Tian don't know either. Some old guys might be alive. Lu Yin put down his teacup. Royal God Mountain? How many of them are there? Rumu did not hesitate. Many. Royal God Mountain's strength is not what it seems in the spiritualized universe. Although it is far from the entire spiritualized universe, it is not a problem to send some experts. Lu Yin was melancholic. It seems that there is still a long way to go to destroy Royal God Mountain. Rumu blinked. Master, why do you want to destroy Royal God Mountain? Just because it belongs to Xianxia? If you destroy Xianxia, Royal God Mountain can also belong to you. Lu Yin looked at Rumu. Even if I am from the Tianyuan universe? Rumu said, no one wants to die. Lu Yin smiled and did not answer. At this time the spirit cloud stone vibrated. At the same time old Tao came over with an anxious expression. Master, Xianxia has come out of seclusion. He recognizes you and Sushir Dao as Xianxia. He wants you to go to the Supreme Palace to tie the knot and officially become Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at the spirit cloud stone and accepted the call. Yuan Qi's voice came from the other side. Xianxia has come out. Do you really want to become Xianxia? Tie the knot, of course, Lu Yin said. Behind him old Tao's face paled. He had forgotten that to become Xianxia one had to tie the knot. This was not difficult. It was just a rule, just like the day of the sacrifice. Tying the knot and burning it was the same as telling the legendary Supreme Extreme that the position of Xianxia had been changed. This would be considered an official Xianxia recognized by the Supreme Palace. It might have been a simple task for others, but it was different for Lu Yin. He was Xianxia's enemy, and he would have to face Xianxia if he went to the Supreme Palace. What would Xianxia do? Would Xianxia attack? If he did, would Master be able to stop him? What about Dayu Villa? Everything was unknown. Xianxia had taken the initiative to come out of seclusion and asked Master to tie the knot. He must have thought about what to do. Entering the spiritualized universe from Dayu Villa was the most difficult hurdle. Xianxia had personally appeared. The entire spiritualized universe was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to see if Dayu Villa's third master dared to go to the Supreme Palace and face Xianxia. If he did, what would happen? You know how strong Xianxia is. Do you really want to go? Yuan Qi asked. He was not worried about Lu Yin, he was worried about himself. If Lu Yin had just arrived in the spiritualized universe, he would rather have Lu Yin be killed by Xianxia. However, he was now tied to Dayu Villa, and if Dayu Villa was defeated he would also be in trouble. Even if he did not die, he would have no place in the spiritualized universe in the future, and he could forget about becoming Xianxia. He had been able to retain his position because of Dayu Villa's existence. Chapter 3557. It was laughable. Because of the Dayu Mountain Manor, Yuanqi had no way out. However, it was also because of the Dayu Mountain Manor that he was able to retain Xianxia's position. Dayu Villa could not be destroyed. Lu Yin didn't care about Yuanqi's reminder. So what if he's strong? Do you think I'm going to attack him? Don't forget what happened in Torchfire City. 8 Willows thought that they could threaten Xia, but Xia easily resolved it. I'm not Balu and Xianxia isn't Xia. It's easy for him to resolve my threat. Do you think he's doing nothing just because of that threat? Isn't it? Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. Is that so? It was possible, but more likely it wasn't. He had a feeling that Xianxia was waiting for something, and what he was waiting for had something to do with him. On the surface, Xianxia was being threatened by him with the small spiritual universe. Indeed, once the situation with the small spiritual universe was exposed, he would no longer be able to control the spiritualized universe. This was because he had deceived the entire spiritualized universe. Secretly, he also wanted to use him to eliminate the disharmonious voices within the spiritualized universe. These were all things that he could see. However, he had a growing feeling that he wasn't truly a threat to Xianxia. Xianxia had his own misgivings, and Lu Yin wanted to find out what those misgivings were. Whatever Xianxia wanted to achieve, it was definitely something he should destroy. However, other than Xianxia himself, no one else could give him an answer, including Elder Yu. During the trip to Clear River Domain, they did not find out who killed Ba Lu and Yi Yao. Yu Ting had nothing to do with this matter. Yishang, Zhan Ming and the others should also have nothing to do with this matter. Then who was it? It was impossible to say that it was a coincidence. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew what kind of place Hundred Herbs region was. Even Xianxia would not easily take action in Hundred Herbs region. Furthermore, there were various signs that indicated that Yu Qing did not go to Hundred Herbs region willingly. Yu Ting had also said that Yu Qing had never planned to leave the Four Horses Trade Association. Furthermore, with what he had done, there was no need for him to flee to Dayu Villa and become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. There was something strange about this situation, as a pair of eyes had been watching the Dayu Villa from behind and plotting against Lu Yin, but Lu Yin couldn't find any clues. Also, he had not found the two people who had attacked him with the projection sequence twice. He had to find these two people. Perhaps they had something to do with this. Now that there were no more clues, he decided to head straight to heavens beyond. Sky beyond heaven was his goal, and he hadn't forgotten to carve his name in the Extreme Palace. At the same time, in the domain of Spirit Treasure, the Plane Master sect walked out and entered the parallel space corresponding to the domain of Spirit Treasure. From there they went to the outer sky. There were 36 regions in the spiritualized universe, which corresponded to 36 parallel space-time exits, forming the word spirit. The heavens beyond heaven also had 36 parallel space-time exits, which also formed the word spirit. One could enter the heavens beyond heaven from the 36 parallel space-time exits. A few days later, the Plane Master sect arrived at the entrance of the world beyond heaven. They received permission to enter. Su Sherdao was already used to seeing such a huge figure and was waiting for Lu Yin to enter with him. Lu Yin had also left the Clear River Domain a few days ago and was heading towards the heavens beyond. The sky beyond heaven was located outside the 36 domains. It wasn't completely fixed. Instead, it was supported by a gigantic being that resembled a human and had the head of a beast. According to Xianxia's needs, it could stay in any position. This figure was called the Tomorrow Beast. How big was the Tomorrow Beast? Could not be seen with the naked eye. It supported the entire sky beyond heaven, symbolizing the most noble and supreme land in the universe. Standing in the starry sky of the universe, it was as if the world had been created. When Lu Yin saw the Sun Beast, even though he had seen giants before, he was still shocked by its appearance. The Tomorrow Beast was simply too big. It was far bigger than the giants. Could not be described as a giant at all. It was as if it was supporting the universe like another mother tree. You're finally here. I've been waiting for a few days. Su Shidao's voice sounded. Lu Yin looked at the Tomorrow Beast with a solemn expression. This monster is very strong, right? Su Shidao shook his head. I don't know. The Tomorrow Beast has never attacked before. Since the beginning of the history of the spiritualized universe, it has been supporting the heavens beyond heaven. The only ones who know about it are Xianxia and the Zhikong region. The history of the Zhikong region exceeds that of Xianxia. There should be records of the Tomorrow Beast. Lu Yin exclaimed, It has lived for so long? Doesn't that mean it has eternal life? Su Sherdao said, It's not considered eternal. Although no one knows the strength of the Tomorrow Beast, the sky beyond heaven has given an answer to its condition. If it doesn't move, it is sleeping. It is similar to our self-freezing. This Tomorrow Beast has not moved much since ancient times. Lu Yin looked at the Tomorrow Beast's figure that connected the heavens and the earth. He really wanted to give it a blow to see how powerful it was. No matter how powerful this thing was, it could not be stronger than Xianxia. To be honest, its size was too frightening. Progenitor Chen's giant form could not be compared to the Tomorrow Beast. The giants of the giants' hell could not be compared to it. The Tomorrow Beast supports the heavens beyond heaven. It symbolizes the future of the spiritualized universe. Look at the specks of stars. Those are the scattered spirit seeds. Su Sherdao introduced. Lu Yin looked up and saw countless spirit seeds floating down. They were truly spirit seeds that could aid in one's cultivation. They were the most common currency in the spiritualized universe, and there were at least a few 100 million spirit seeds being scattered all over the place. There is a spirit tree blooming outside the Ji Palace. It is full of spirit seeds and is endless. Every once in a while there will be a maid swaying the spirit tree, allowing the spirit seeds to float freely. Anyone who sees them can pick them up. This is an opportunity given by the sky beyond heaven, Su Sherdao said. The spirit seeds grow from the tree? Lu Yin was surprised. Su Sherdao laughed. Of course not. The Ji Palace maid placed them on the tree. They look like they are grown. Isn't it exaggerated? To cultivators like you and me, the value of spirit seeds is not that high. We can get a lot of them, but it is not to be squandered like this. Every once in a while, there will be hundreds of millions or even billions of spirit seeds scattered down. Do you know how long the sky beyond heaven has existed? Do the math. This number is enough to include the largest that you know of. Was it exaggerated? Not really. The first time Lu Yin had been stunned by such a scene was at the Mavis Bank. There had been a large tree in front of the bank that was filled with money. When the wind blew, the money would fall down and be picked up by others. At that time he had truly been stunned. How rich did one have to be so willful? But as his status increased, so did his perspective. That tree filled with money was just a small trick. To a true powerhouse it was just a scenery. Similarly to Yu Sang Tian, this tree full of spirit seeds was nothing more than a scenery. The scattered spirit seeds would eventually return to the sky beyond heaven through various methods. This was the end of the spiritualized universe, and it was also the end. Some people saw the money while others saw the results. In front of them, the void distorted as a figure appeared. It was a woman with a dignified and beautiful appearance. She bowed to Lu Yin and Su Sherdao. Lan greets the two of you. Su Sherdao looked at the woman. We meet again, Lan. Lan revealed a smile that seemed friendly but also distant. Brother Su, you've already achieved Sang Tian after our last meeting. Congratulations. Su Sherdao smiled bitterly. I didn't want to achieve Sang Tian. I was forced to do so. Lan smiled. Many people in the spiritualized universe dream of achieving Sang Tian. Brother Su, what are you unhappy about? She then looked at Lu Yin. Third Master, nice to meet you. I'm Lan and I'm in charge of the Extreme Palace. Lu Yin grunted. The Extreme Palace's manager? Lan laughed. You could say that. The spiritualized universe is really generous to have a powerhouse who survived bitter adversity as their manager, Lu Yin praised. Lan smiled. Being able to work for the sky beyond heaven is the fortune of every spiritualized cultivator. She then gestured for them to follow her. Sir Yu Sang Tian invites you too. Please follow me. Lu Yin and Su Sherdao exchanged glances before following Lan to the sky beyond heaven. Along the way, Su Sherdao's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Don't underestimate this woman. Yu Sang Tian controls the spiritualized universe, which means that she controls the sky beyond heaven. There are 36 Xianxias in the sky beyond heaven, and they're all at the spiritual level. They all cultivate the spiritualized array and form a spiritualized array that can defend against attacks at the Sang Tian level. It's an extremely powerful defensive technique. Not only does she cultivate the projection array, but she can also release the power of the sky beyond heaven to any part of the spiritualized universe. She also controls the sixth array's foundation, the wildlands. Her strength is not below that of any Sang Tian. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The projection array. He recalled that palm and finger. Could it be related to this woman? There was also the wildlands, the sixth array's foundation. He had naturally heard of it before. It was said that it was condensed by someone who specialized in the spiritualized array and had absolute defense. Of course, it could only defend and not attack, but it was enough for the sky beyond heaven. She was in the crossing bitter adversity realm and controlled the sixth array's foundation. She also had 36 Xianxias under her command. This woman's overall strength was not to be underestimated. The sky beyond heaven was above the 7 great powers, and its foundation was unfathomable. Just the Tomorrow Beast alone was enough to make people wary, and no one knew how many hidden experts there were in the sky beyond heaven. After passing by the Tomorrow Beast, Lu Yin and the Su Shidao followed Lan into the sky beyond heaven. What entered their eyes was an ethereal, dreamy scene with specks of starlight. They came from a large tree that was surrounded by many beautiful women. Every time the tree swayed, spirit seeds floated in all directions. In the distance, white clouds intertwined with mountain ranges. From time to time, cultivators would soar into the sky and disappear into the distance. Even further away, pillars were faintly discernible, supporting the zenith palace. Lifelike spirit molts of beasts were carved on them, and they looked as if they were about to roar out and overturn the rain and clouds. As far as the eye could see, the entire sky beyond heaven was filled with gentleness and ethereal beauty. It did not have the awe-inspiring feeling of the sky above heaven, but there was an indescribable sense of superiority. For many cultivators, every step they took here made them feel ashamed of their own size. The sky above heaven was the height that controlled everything, and this place was the distance that controlled everything. Height seemed unreachable, but once one climbed it, one would feel a sense of accomplishment and conquest. Countless cultivators in the Tianyuan universe yearned for the sky above heaven and wanted to cultivate there. Distance was not a matter of distance but of one's heart. It was an invisible gap. Even if one traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to get here, one would not dare to step in. Was this the sky beyond heaven? Chapter 35-58. The extreme palace wasn't as glorious as Lu Yin had imagined, and it wasn't even as tall as the spirit tree. However, this was where Xianxia ruled over the entire spiritualized universe. This place was the closest to Xianxia. Lu Yin recalled the 37 years that had flowed back in time. That invincible figure had single-handedly slaughtered the above-heaven sect, causing the Tianyuan universe to go silent. Lu Yin had been forced to reverse time and use the choice that fate had given him. He had simulated his battle with Xianxia countless times, but he had to admit that he was still not Xianxia's match. However, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to defeat him either. They were finally going to meet. This was the first time Lu Yin had met Xianxia after that 37-year battle. Even though they had fought many times already, Lu Yin had turned the spiritualized universe upside down just for this moment. Lan stopped and looked back at Su Xian. Brother Su, Lord Xianxia wishes to meet Third Master alone. Su Xian frowned. Alone. Lu Yin looked into the distance, his gaze piercing through the clouds to see a familiar pair of eyes. Sure. Su Xian was worried. Be careful. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm here to help Xianxia. Xianxia won't kill me now, right? Lead the way. Lan smiled and led Lu Yin towards the extreme palace. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the extreme palace, which was filled with the architectural style of the spiritualized universe. He also met Xianxia here. That face, those eyes, that aura. Lu Yin would never forget it. Xianxia had led the above-heaven sect to its peak, even surpassing its previous era. He had defeated the Eternals and unified the Tianyuan universe. It was during that golden period that Xianxia slaughtered his way over, dyeing Archaic City in blood. He massacred the above-heaven sect, his every move unstoppable. His strength was firm and powerful, his boulder foundation unshakable, the sequence particles difficult to disperse. He represented the limit of strength, massacring the above-heaven sect. If not for the fact that he had been forced into despair, Lu Yin might not have chosen to reverse time. Wu Jiang set off for the spiritualized universe. He was already prepared to fight to the death with this person. This person was invincible. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps approached as Xianxia walked towards Lu Yin. With each step he took, the universe grew even more silent. The clouds in the sky beyond heaven descended, and the spirit tree stopped swaying. The beautiful maid stood by the side, and the sun beast trembled slightly. Far away, across half of the spiritualized universe, the 100-grass region above Wu Jiang, the primogenitor walked out. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky beyond heaven. His vast aura connected with the sky beyond heaven. He was warning Xianxia. Xianxia stopped 100 meters away from Lu Yin, and his lips curled up as he looked in the direction of 100 Herb Realm. A familiar aura. It's that person who suppressed the Tianyuan universe. He then looked at Lu Yin. Do you know that during the battle in the Tianyuan cosmos, I would have killed everyone except for this person? This person has witnessed my invincibility and suppressed the entire Tianyuan cosmos. Leaving him alive would have represented the limits of the Tianyuan cosmos in the future. As long as he exists, no one can surpass me. He is the progenitor of your Tianyuan universe, but he is also the cage of your Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin met Xianxia's gaze. Using the cage as the boundary between heaven and earth, what is inside and what is outside? Xianxia laughed. As expected of someone who has comprehended the way of karma. You see things differently from others. Do you think that he can expand the cage and imprison me instead? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not a thought but a fact. Otherwise, why would you be worried that the Tianyuan universe would send someone to scheme against the progenitor and ally with the traitors of the Tianyuan universe to deal with the above heaven sect? Even so, you still can't suppress the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back. You're very confident. Is this where your confidence comes from? My confidence comes from you, Xianxia. Me? Are you really not attacking me because of the little spiritual universe? Lu Yin asked directly. There was no need to hide anything. He was competing with Xianxia in this universe. Xianxia smiled at Lu Yin. What do you think? Nonsense. Master Grass, Xianxia suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia sighed. I don't mind telling you that I won't attack you because of Master Grass. To me, you who have comprehended the way of karma, must be eliminated. Even the threat of the little spiritual universe cannot stop me. Then his eyes turned cold. Especially when your comprehension of the way of karma deepens. During the battle at the Jade Water Palace, you walked too far on the way of karma. This is very dangerous. Unfortunately, Master Grass needs your comprehension of the way of karma to break his own limits. Otherwise, Boundless would not exist. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he stared at Xianxia. Master Grass is the ultimate pinnacle? Xianxia turned around and walked to the edge of the palace. He looked into the distance. The spiritualized universe said that the ultimate pinnacle was made up by me. Do I need to explain? No one is qualified for me to explain. Master Lu, you are the first. Master of the Tianyuan universe, I'll give you time. I'm sure that you can achieve eternal life, but your future is already set. Even if I let go, you can't escape from Master Grass. He smiled and continued, the comprehension of the way of karma can make you who you are, but it can also destroy you. Lu Yin looked at him, unable to tell if he was telling the truth or not. Sounded like that. Master Grass had a karmic chain, which was the conclusion that everyone in the Tianyuan universe had reached after analyzing it. It was reasonable for Lu Yin to use his comprehension of the way of karma to break the chain. Master Grass was far stronger than Xianxia, so there was no problem for Xianxia to listen to him. Was that so? If I surpass you before Master Grass can use the way of karma to break free and kill you, will you still be so calm? Lu Yin slowly asked. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. You can't do it. You purposely told me this to force me not to cultivate the way of karma. That way, I won't be able to help Master Grass break free and give myself a way out. Similarly, if I don't cultivate the way of karma, I won't be able to surpass you, Lu Yin said. Xianxia nodded. Smart. He had attacked the Tianyuan universe because Lu Yin cultivated the way of karma. Otherwise, he would not have thought of restarting the Tianyuan universe so quickly. As long as the goal was achieved, the method was not important. Because Lu Yin was worried about Grandmaster Grasshopper's breakthrough, he had no choice but to stop cultivating the way of karma. Otherwise, if Grandmaster Grasshopper succeeded, he would also face death. This was an open scheme, and Xianxia had not disobeyed Grandmaster Grasshopper's orders to attack Lu Yin, which had allowed him to achieve his goal. Aren't you afraid that Master Grass will attack you? You're obstructing him, Lu Yin retorted. Xianxia was calm. Eternal Realm cultivators think differently from ordinary people. They believe in fate, and no matter what the process is, they will always believe that they can achieve their goal. You and I are just part of the process, and we won't affect the outcome. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Xianxia smiled at Lu Yin. To be honest, I admire you. Once your cultivation improves, I'll definitely have a good fight with you. Unfortunately, I don't want to participate in this. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia and fell silent for a moment. He then slowly walked out of the palace and looked up. Although it's not big, if I carve words here, they can still spread. He then raised a hand and pointed at the palace. Xianxia remained calm. In the distance, Lan saw this and her expression changed. She shouted, "Stop." She appeared in front of Lu Yin, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Third Master, what are you trying to do?" Lu Yin naturally replied, "Carve words." "How dare you?" Lan was furious. She was a completely different person from when she had received them. Lu Yin pointed at Xianxia. Even he didn't care. "Who do you think you are?" Xianxia smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. "The Extreme Palace is the Extreme Palace, and Xianxia is Xianxia. Xianxia can change, but the Extreme Palace will never change. She belongs to the Extreme Palace." Lan's eyes flashed with killing intent. 36 Xiaosang. Around them, figures appeared one after another. 36 spirit spell cultivators turned into spirit treasures and formed a spirit treasure array that instantly protected the entire Extreme Palace. Lan stood within the array and stared at Lu Yin. "Third Master, the Extreme Palace does not welcome you. Get out." Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on the spirit treasure array. Felt like a source box in his hand. Even Lu Yin felt that Big Goldwing's body was a bit troublesome and difficult to break. However, the array in front of him surpassed Big Goldwing and was enough to withstand attacks from Xianxia. Not to mention, Lan had taken out the foundation of the sequence. Savage. "Woman, I don't think you'll live much longer. Is this necessary?" Lu Yin teased. Lan's eyes were cold. "Please leave the Extreme Palace. Let him chase me away. He invited me here and I haven't burned Xianxia yet." Lu Yin pointed at Xianxia. He didn't know if Xianxia was telling the truth or not. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find the reason. He could only challenge Xianxia's bottom line. This pool was too muddy. If he didn't stir it up, he would never know what was hidden underneath. Xianxia could be considered the first person under immortal life, and he could restart the small spiritual universe at any time. However, he had not done so, and he had not shown any special respect for Master Grass. Lu Yin had to force this person to reveal his true intentions. Whoever tried to stop him would die. He felt that he hadn't tormented him enough. Bang! There was a loud explosion and beyond heaven shook. The clouds dispersed, revealing the Extreme Palace. Many maids looked over in surprise. In the distance, Master Su's expression changed. Were they fighting? He hurried over. Lan's eyes flickered as she stared at the spirit treasure array in front of her. It was cracking, and around her the 36 Xiaosangs all spat out blood. Lu Yin's palm was as black as ink and he struck out again. Scram! Bang! The spirit treasure array shattered. Lu Yin didn't hold back this time, and his strength surpassed that of the battle in the spatial abyss. He directly knocked the 36 Xiaosangs unconscious. Lan pushed the savage desolate towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin blocked it with a single palm, and the savage desolate expanded to protect the Extreme Palace. A majestic amount of echelon particles poured out, covering the sky. "Get up!" Lan shouted. The 36 Xiaosangs were awakened and they struggled to get up. Their clothes were stained with blood, and they used their echelon techniques again to resist Lu Yin. Xianxia just watched. The savage desolate tried to push Lu Yin away, but Lu Yin stood in place and blocked the expansion with a single hand. Around him, the starry sky in his heart was released, and boundless power circulated, constantly pressing down to resist the savage desolate. Beyond heaven shook. The sun beast's eyelids twitched. Chapter 35:59. The surrounding space rippled, and the spirit seeds on the spirit trees were shaken. They fell off and floated up, scaring the maids into hastily collecting them. They couldn't let so many float out at once. Su Sherdao rushed over and was stunned. "Third Master, are you crazy? Stop it." Lu Yin raised his head. "I said that I would carve my name in the Extreme Palace. No one can stop me." Su Sherdao was stunned. Was he really going to carve his name? Since ancient times, how many people had been able to enter beyond heaven? And how many people had been able to enter the Extreme Palace? This Third Master was too ruthless. You should give up. The Wildlands and the 36 Xiaosangs are said to be able to resist the attacks of the 7 great Sang skies, Su Sherdao reminded. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he struck out with his other palm. The Wildlands and the 36 Xiaosang's particles surged towards the palm and were borrowed by it. Lan's pupils shrank. What kind of palm technique was this? Could even borrow the particles of the Wildlands. Xianxia's lips curled up. He had seen this palm before and it was interesting. The development of the Tianyuan universe was full of unknowns, so it should be kept. Perhaps it could be used to create an interesting power. Lu Yin's palm struck out and the 36 Xiaxangs spat out blood once more. Their particles were constantly being borrowed by Lu Yin, and he didn't need to forcefully break through the wildland's defenses. Once the particles were taken away, they would be destroyed from the inside. With Lu Yin's palm technique, he could completely break through the spirit treasure's defenses, but it would take a lot of time. The Extreme Palace's protectors focused on defense and ignored offense. No matter what method the opponent used, it would be child's play if it could be broken through so easily. The 36 Xiaxangs coughed up blood and their injuries worsened, but with the Wildlands Foundation in front of them, they wouldn't fall so easily. Su Shidao's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ear. The Foundation is my spiritualized universe's treasure. Countless powerhouses have poured their blood and sweat into it, and it's hard to break through. Are you sure you want to waste time here? To be honest, there must be other powerhouses within the Extreme Palace, but I don't know whether they listen to Xianxia or protect the palace. If this drags on, even if you carve your name in the Extreme Palace, it won't mean much. Lu Yin's palm pressed down on the spirit treasure. Do you know what Duke's method is? Su Shidao did not understand why Lu Yin brought up Duongong at this moment. I don't know. It's very mysterious. It's like a spiritual treasures technique, but it's not. Give me one. How should I put it? He hesitated. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Spiritual treasure, the way to evolve. Su Shidao's eyes flashed. That's right, we both used the killing intent of the spiritual treasures. We needed to set up a spiritual treasure array, but he took it and used it. It's too strange. Even my grafting flowers onto trees wasn't that easy. I relied on countless years of experience in spiritual treasure arrays and my spiritualization talent to complete it. Duke's spiritual treasure cultivation time definitely wasn't as long as mine. I'm very surprised that he could do this. He created an unprecedented method. Lu Yin's gaze turned serious. Was he the one who founded it? Master Su shook her head. I don't know. Other than him, there's no one else. He's the #1 heavenly master of Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin kept thinking back to Duke Ming's methods, and he thought about it for a long time. He wondered if Duke Ming had created another path. Royal God Mountain was the small spirit universe, which was the 4th universe outside of the 3 universes. It was not impossible for Duke Ming to create another universe, but if he had, then Xianxia would definitely be aware of it. If Duke Ming had not successfully created it, then who could it be? Lu Yin guessed that it was most likely Xianxia. Xianxia had unparalleled strength, and he might have dabbled in spiritual treasures. Lu Yin was also the #1 heavenly master of origin arrays in the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia could also do it. This thought occupied Lu Yin's mind, and he desperately wanted to verify it. Duke Ming's methods were too shocking, and he could not understand them at all. He had to take this opportunity to take a look. As he thought about this, numerous sourcebox arrays appeared in the space around Lu Yin's heart. Before going to Spatial Abyss, he had specially secluded himself in a heavenly city and used Master Su's grafting flowers onto trees as inspiration. He had placed many sourcebox arrays in the space around his heart in preparation for the battle at Spatial Abyss. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to do so. After that, when he was in the Southbound Realm, he had studied Scroll 16 because of the commotion it had caused. At the same time, he had stuffed more sourcebox arrays into his heart. He did not know who these sourcebox arrays would be used against, but they would come in handy one day. Now he finally had a chance to use them. Against Xianxia, these sourcebox arrays would be meaningless no matter how many of them there were, so they could be used here. First, there were the ancient swords. Giant ancient swords slashed out from the space around Lu Yin's heart, heading towards Savage and 36 Xiaxangs. Lan's eyes trembled, and she suddenly looked at Master Su. Xianxia also subconsciously looked at Master Su. Master Su spread out his hands and retreated a little, as this had nothing to do with him. The ancient swords slashed down one after another. No one knew exactly how many sourcebox arrays Lu Yin had placed in the space around his heart. He had deliberately rolled his die and entered the time-stop space, combining his experience and abilities as the #1 heavenly master of origin arrays in the Tianyuan universe. When Master Su saw the ancient swords appear, he knew that Lu Yin had succeeded. He had reached the level of grafting flowers onto trees. There was a limit to grafting flowers onto trees. 999 ancient swords. What about Lu Yin? Did he have a limit? Of course not. No matter how big or small the space around his heart was, it was still a space. Lu Yin used his limitless strength constellation as his sourcebox array's killing intent. The reason why it was called limitless strength constellation was because it was limitless. As long as he had the time, Lu Yin could fill the entire space around his heart with sourcebox arrays. Against Xianxia, Lu Yin was naturally useless in terms of absolute power. However, aside from the difference in absolute power, Lu Yin was confident that he could use the sourcebox array in his heart to bury the entire spiritualized universe. As long as he had enough time, he would become a universe of his own. The heavenly Tao of Karma. Above, the God investiture catalog was the heavens. Below, the general appointment platform was the prison. The land stretched across the sky, the stars revolved, strange phenomena spiraled, and the array concealed one's tracks. The blue sky heavenly palace was on the outside, and the wordless heavenly book was on the inside. There was the mortal world, there was flowing light, there was karma, there was time, there could be billions of living beings, and there could be endless karma and destiny. Fontuan exploring the book, this was the space around Lu Yin's heart. He represented an entire universe. Even Xianxia could not clearly see the entire space around his heart. Lu Yin could not defeat Xianxia, but it would not be easy for Xianxia to defeat him either. The ancient swords continued to slash down. The wildlands released even more particles and the 36 Xianxias turned pale. They all stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Could this person be comparable to the 7 great Xianxians? They were confident that they could defend against the 7 great Xianxians with all of their strength. Lan stared at Lu Yin. Third Master, since you have become Xianxia, then Zenith Palace should represent the spiritualized universe. What you are doing is disgraceful. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm from the Tian Yuan universe. Lan wanted to say something, but she could not find the words to say. This person was from the Tian Yuan universe, and she did not know why Xianxia had acknowledged him as Xianxia. This was not her concern, but this person still wanted to carve words in Zenith Palace. She could not even call him disgraceful. Lan had never felt so sullen before. No matter who it was, even someone as arrogant as Emperor Wu, they would still show respect to Zenith Palace. This person was too arrogant, but Xianxia did not care. You can't break through the wildlands. Retreat immediately, Lan shouted. More and more ancient swords slashed out, causing Lan's heart to palpitate. This was grafting flowers onto trees, and it was definitely Master Su's grafting flowers onto trees. Master Su's sect was famous for their ancient swords, and they could use grafting flowers onto trees to reach the peak of their power level. They could rival Xianxia, but even Master Su's sect did not have that many ancient swords. Hundreds of ancient swords had already slashed down, and the array that had turned into a spiritual treasure began to cave in. Brother Su, are you going to rebel against Zenith Palace as well? Lan shouted, glaring at Master Su. Master Su was helpless. What does that have to do with me? I didn't do anything. Lan gritted her teeth. That's grafting flowers onto trees. You're the only one in the spiritualized universe who knows how to do it, and you're passing it on to an outsider. Master Su was speechless. You're mistaken. Lan was furious. Xianxia looked at the space in Lu Yin's heart. Grafting flowers onto trees? This kid was too much of a threat. If not for this, Xianxia would not have allowed this kid to live. He looked in the direction of the 100 Grass region. This kid could not be killed, but the others could do as they pleased. The ancient swords were endless, and the 36 Xianxias were constantly coughing up blood. It felt like they would collapse at any moment. Not enough, still not enough. Even if he crushed the 36 Xianxias, he still could not break through wildlands. Then he would continue. Scroll 16. The lonely figure of a cold mountain looked back and pointed. This was Scroll 16. Heaven's hand had been painstakingly set up at Southbound Realm's headquarters, and Lu Yin was confident that he could defend against powerful enemies. Lu Yin had also spent a lot of effort to learn it, and he had crazily filled the space in his heart. A lonely figure, a cold mountain, and a finger descended. This was the style of an expert, and Scroll 16's finger was indeed very powerful. However, if he used it one finger after another, the feeling would immediately change. Outside Zenith Palace, a pile of ancient swords slashed down, and then the lonely figures of cold mountains appeared one after another. They all glanced back and unleashed finger techniques. It was strange no matter how one looked at it, as if a group of peerless powerhouses had appeared. The feeling of arrogance had completely disappeared. Countless finger shadows descended, directly stunning the 36 Xianxias. Lan pressed her hands against Wildlands and looked at the countless pairs of eyes in shock. They were clearly so cold that they should have been unique in the world, but there were so many of them that it made one's scalp go numb. Even Xianxia was stunned. What was this? Su Shidao's mouth fell open. How could this be? It felt like it had been replicated. If this figure was still alive, he would probably be angered to death by this scene, and his image as an expert would be completely destroyed. Below Zenith Palace, as the countless finger shadows descended, the tomorrow beast suddenly opened its eyes. Its enormous eyes instantly locked onto the countless people in the spiritualized universe, and it let out an earth-shattering roar. Xianxia's expression changed and he disappeared. This moment was a nightmare for countless people, as they stared at a pair of eyes that could cover the entire world. Was that Tian's gaze? It was so large, sinister and terrifying, as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Lu Yin looked down and the tomorrow beast's roar made his heart palpitate. This thing was not weak. Su Shidao's expression turned grave. Was this a joke? That roar had actually made his vision blur. In Beyond Heaven, the 100,000 maids had all fainted, and the remaining cultivators had all collapsed. Lan was shocked. The tomorrow beast? Chapter 3560. Lu Yin struck out with a palm and Savage sent Lan retreating. Every step she took was filled with blood as her spirit treasure defense was shattered. Lan glared at Lu Yin. You want to start a war with the entire spiritualized universe? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I'm also Xianxia. He then lifted his foot and took a step forward, passing through Lan and appearing in front of the Extreme Palace. Lan wanted to stop him, but she was powerless. She couldn't stop him on her own. 36 Xianxias had all failed in the Wildlands. Unless she used all of Extreme Palace's power, it would be useless. But that wasn't a power she could mobilize. Only Yusang geniuses could do that. The outer sky was connected to 36 parallel spacetime, which meant that it was connected to 36 domains. If the outer sky was in danger, all the powerhouses in the 36 domains would unconditionally provide support. They could give up everything and gather at the outer sky. Unfortunately, this wasn't something she could decide. Only Xianxia could decide. Extreme Palace engraving words was disrespectful. Why didn't Xianxia stop it? Lu Yin appeared in front of the Extreme Palace and raised his hand, allowing him to inscribe words. At the back, Su Shidao's heart was pounding. Were they really going to carve words? What was he going to carve? What was Xianxia thinking? Are you not going to stop this? Lu Yin raised a hand and touched the wall of the Extreme Palace, about to carve some words. That's enough. Stop. Mistress Su said. Lan looked at the sky. Xianxia had returned and the sun beast had gone back to sleep. Lu Yin turned around. I thought you really didn't care. Xianxia said calmly, no matter what, this is my territory now. If you want to carve your name here, you can do so without me. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. I don't have the ability for now. Then let's go back. We'll come back when we're strong enough. Xianxia didn't mind. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Then it's not as simple as carving words. Xianxia didn't care. Threatening someone with a possibility that will never happen is the pitiful behavior of the weak. It's also very childish. Lu Yin smiled. It's not a threat. It's a notice. Master Su stepped forward. The commotion is big enough. If it continues, the spiritualized universe will be overturned. It should be related to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Lan. Lan put away Savage Wilderness and took out 2 white ribbons, flying them towards Lu Yin and Su Shidao. Lu Yin accepted it. The ribbon was very ordinary and light, almost like a cloud of mist. Su Shidao tied the mulberry sky knot skillfully and looked at Lu Yin, like me. Lu Yin imitated him and tied his mulberry heaven knot. He then released his hand and his mulberry heaven knot flew into the sky. The Master Su Sek's mulberry heaven knot also flew into the sky and slowly burned away until it disappeared. At this point, Lu Yin was finally recognized by the spiritualized universe and the imperial mulberry sky as one of the 7 great mulberry skies. If there really is a supreme pinnacle, you and I would have already been seen by him. Master Su sighed. Lu Yin looked up. Was this the Grand Master of Grasses? Yu Xianxia's voice rang out. If you become Xianxia, you will be able to oversee a region. Su Sherdao, you have made the land of Mulberry Heaven the realm of spirit treasure. Naturally, you should guard the realm of spirit treasure. Lu Yin, the place where you reached Mulberry Sky is known as the 100 Herbs realm. However, the 100 Herbs realm is located in the center. From now on, you will be overseeing Spatial Abyss. If you become Xianxia, you will naturally protect the spiritualized universe and will not retreat in the face of battle. The spiritualized universe has two strong enemies. One is the consciousness universe and the other is the heavens origin universe. Our goal is to restart the two universes and lead the spiritualized universe on the path of eternal life. Master Su could not help but look at Lu Yin. He was as calm as Yu Xianxian. Xianxian can mobilize the spiritualized universe's resources to benefit the spiritualized universe. Yu Xianxian continued. One last reminder. If you are defeated by an expert, you will be stripped of your Xianxian position. Lu Yin looked at Yu Xianxian and asked, what about Yu Xianxian's position? Yu Xianxian calmly replied, it will also be stripped. This position does not allow for a loser. The two of you may leave. Not long after, Lu Yin and Master Su left Sky Beyond Sky. After they left, Sky Beyond Sky announced that Bao Qi and Yi Shang were officially stripped of their Xianxian positions. They were replaced by Lu Yin, the third head of Dayu Villa, and Master Su of Spirit Treasure Association. This news did not cause much of a stir. Everyone knew that they would succeed Xianxian, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. Now, the entire spiritualized universe could not understand what Yu Xianxian was thinking. Dayu Villa had clearly violated the rules and provoked Sky Beyond Sky. The third head had even declared that he would carve his name in Sky Palace. Moreover, they were from the Tianyuan universe. It was somewhat inconceivable that they could succeed Xianxian. Many people went to Sky Beyond Sky to ask Yu Xianxian. However, there were also many who said that Yu Xianxian's actions were a show for the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. The spiritualized universe's goal was to restart these two universes, and this goal would not change. Besides that, the cultivators of these two universes could join the spiritualized universe and even succeed Xianxian. This move was to make the spiritualized universe even stronger. Regardless of whether they were hostile towards the spiritualized universe or not, as long as the two universes were restarted, they could only be spiritualized creatures. For example, Wu Wei, one of the 13 celestial phenomena of the consciousness universe, was now the protector of the intent realm. Most cultivators agreed with this statement, and the proof was that Lu Yin had not carved his name in Sky Palace. He had declared that he would carve his name in Sky Palace, but he had not done so even after going there. This meant that he had reached some sort of consensus with Yu Xianxian. There was an explanation, but it also brought about a crisis for many people. If the cultivators of the consciousness and spiritualized universes could compete for Xianxian's position, then it would be even more difficult for them to succeed. For this reason, the spiritualized universe's mindset had changed greatly when Lu Yin succeeded Xianxian. After Lu Yin and Su Shidao's Xianxian not burned, their images appeared at an unknown location. Another person? It's becoming more frequent. Did something happen? It shouldn't be, but it's indeed happening too frequently. Let's investigate. After all, the young master is still there. When Lu Yin returned to the 100 Herb realm, the first thing he did was to gather resources. With Xianxian's authority, he could gather spirit seeds and make reasonable use of them. Xianxian had the authority to gather resources, and he could even gather resources from the 7 major powers. Lu Yin had his eyes on the main chamber of commerce. He did not care about the main chamber of commerce, the school of arts, or whether the Jikong realm had joined forces to deal with Yu Xianxian. He only wanted spirit seeds. The 100 Leaves and 4 Horse Merchant Guild were doing business to earn spirit seeds, and Lu Yin was tyrannically collecting them. No one dared to openly oppose Xianxian's authority. Lu Yin's words brought trillions of spirit seeds to the boundless expanse, and they piled up like mountains. Lu Tianyi and Su Wangtian were stunned. This was especially so for someone from the spiritualized universe like Kai Keqing. When had he ever seen so many spirit seeds? Even the main chamber of commerce would feel the pinch if they wanted to take out so many spirit seeds. However, compared to the entire spiritualized universe, this was far from enough. This was only the first batch, and the ones that could be taken out were all under pressure. Lu Yin did not just have to focus on the main chamber of commerce, but also the 36 filaments, the 7 major powers, and even the Beyond Avalon. He felt that that tree was not bad and should be uprooted before he left. Now that no one was targeting the boundless expanse, and Lu Yin had become Xianxia, there should not be any accidents before the day of the sacrifice spirit. He spread out the experts of the boundless expanse and used Xianxia's name to gather as many spirit seeds as he could. He would only do so after crossing Xianxia's bottom line. One figure after another walked out of the boundless expanse and spread out in all directions. The 8 Willows and Yi Yao's deaths were still unknown, and the mastermind behind it was very well hidden. Their goal was to let Lu Yin see the relationship between the main chamber of commerce, the gate of arts, and the wisdom sky domain. If Lu Yin could see it clearly, who would benefit the most? No one. He really could not find anyone who would benefit. First, the wisdom sky domain did not want their cooperation to be exposed, especially to someone from the heaven origin universe like Lu Yin. They were more willing to let Lu Yin fight Xianxia while they reaped the benefits. Secondly, Xianxia could not possibly be the beneficiary. What was the point of letting Lu Yin see this relationship clearly? With his strength, he could sweep through the 7 major powers. Unless the entire spiritualized universe worked together, there was nothing that could threaten him. Using Lu Yin to eliminate the powers that opposed him was one of the reasons why he had allowed Lu Yin to do as he pleased. If Lu Yin could see through the wisdom sky domain's plans, he would not act against the gate of arts, which would be disadvantageous to Xianxia. Who else could it be? Heaven's hand had almost been destroyed, and its intent had nothing to do with this. It had also been beaten to a pulp. Was it the myriad beasts' border? It had nothing to do with the myriad beasts' border. They had consolidated their spiritual molds, and besides wanting to create another Xianxia, they had nothing to do with the other powers. Perhaps Wu Huang wanted to replace Xianxia and have Lu Yin work with the wisdom sky domain to deal with him? That was the only possibility. However, it did not seem like the myriad beasts doing. At the bow of the boundless expanse, Lu Yin looked into the distance. This had been the starting point of his cultivation after he had lost his memories. Now it had accompanied him to the spiritualized universe, and perhaps it would also be his final destination. Outside the boundless expanse, there were people from the Dayu villa and outsiders moving about. There were many women who had been waiting for Yu Shan to be released. Yu Shan had been hanging at the bow of the boundless expanse for a long time, and Xianxia had not mentioned him at all. Lu Yin had almost forgotten about him. Yu Shan's injuries had long since recovered, but he could not escape. Lu Yin approached Yu Shan and said, "I went to the realm beyond Avalon, and your cheap master did not mention you at all. Are you sure you are his disciple?" Yu Shan was hanging from a tree in a sorry state. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he said plainly, "It is already a kindness that master brought me into the sect. I should not have troubled him even if I were to be killed or captured." Lu Yin praised, "You have backbone. Why don't you take me as your master and I will teach you something? For example, strength?" Yu Shan stared at Lu Yin. "The boundless expanse will not exist for long. I understand my master." Lu Yin nodded. "I understand him too, but you can't understand me. There is no need to understand. As Xianxia's disciple, you can do whatever you want in the spiritualized universe. Why do you still stay in the 100 herb domain and guard its former glory?" Lu Yin was curious. He did not understand why Yu Shan, who had destroyed the 100 herb domain with a single sentence, was praised by Xianxia and was accepted as a disciple. He should have stayed at the realm beyond Avalon, so why did he stay in the 100 herb domain? The 100 herb domain was already destroyed, and if he stayed, it would only make him seem narrow-minded, as if he had been staring at the past. This was not the style of the second on the White Soul list, Xianxia's disciple. Yu Shan did not answer. "What do you care about the most?" Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yu Shan looked at Lu Yin, not understanding what he meant. Chapter 3561. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. "Those girls are waiting for you, but you're not worried about your current situation. Are you sure we won't kill you? When I went to outer sky, Xianxia didn't even mention you. Now that I'm telling you, you're not surprised at all. Plus, You've been staying in 100 Herb Domain as Xianxia's disciple and attracted so many girls, exposing yourself to so many people. Don't you want to cultivate in peace? Yu Shan remained silent. Your actions are very strange, so strange that it makes me curious. Lu Yin looked at Yu Shan again and pointed his finger. A karmic spiral shot out and pierced through Yu Shan. Yu Shan's gaze turned cold. What did you do? Lu Yin looked at the karmic spiral and shot out a karmic thread from Yu Shan's head. He kept using the karmic spiral to pierce through Yu Shan, wanting to see what he was thinking. The karmic threads collided and Lu Yin saw a portion of Yu Shan's life, but he couldn't find an answer from it. He didn't know Yu Shan and he didn't know anyone Yu Shan knew. The only person he knew was Xianxia. Lu Yin retracted his hand and said, let's make a guess. You stayed in 100 Herb Domain and you were so calm even after being hung in Boundless. You were trying to avoid Xianxia. Yu Shan's pupils shrank, but his expression didn't change. Lu Yin continued, I don't know the reason and I don't know if you're trying to escape Boundless, but at least it's true that you stayed in 100 Herb Domain. So I've decided to let you go. Yu Shan was shocked. You're letting me go? Lu Yin smiled. I captured you to provoke some people in the spiritualized universe. Frankly speaking, I wanted to stir up trouble. Now that I've become Yu Xianxia, there's no point in stirring up trouble. Aside from Yu Xianxia and a few others, no one else will bother me. You've lost your value, so of course I can let you go. Not only will I let you go, but I'll also announce to the public that it was Yu Xianxia who spoke. I'm giving him face since you're his disciple. Lu Yin looked at Yu Shan. How is it? Aren't you happy? Yu Shan stared at Lu Yin and slowly said, really? Of course. All right, then I'll be leaving. Yu Shan's power rippled as he broke free from the tree's branches and floated in the air, ready to leave. Lu Yin did not stop him and instead turned to look into the distance. Yu Shan stared at Lu Yin. You really want to let me go? Lu Yin frowned. Shut up. You're worthless to me now. Yu Shan's silhouette flickered, disappearing from Boundless. After Yu Shan left, Su Wangtian rubbed his nose as he walked over. You've gone too far. He ran away. Lu Yin didn't care, it's just a guess. If he ran away then so be it. We can catch him whenever we want. Su Wangtian rolled his eyes. Senior, please make a trip to the Heavens Craftsman domain. What? Collect the spirit seed. Su Wangtian blinked his eyes. You're going to collect spirit seeds again? Or are you mobilizing resources in the name of Xianxia? Lu Yin smiled. Of course, the more the better. Su Wangtian took out the star map and looked at it carefully. The Heavens Craftsman region is very far from us, but it is very close to the heavens beyond. Where can you transfer the resources to? It has nothing to do with distance. I, Lu Xianxia, need resources so I can transfer them. Su Wangtian laughed heartily. Domineering. I admire your attitude. Right, I'll go. Alright, what if they don't give it to you? You're saying that they want to provoke Xianxia. Yes. In the spiritualized universe, provoking Xianxia is a serious crime. Then don't blame me for making a big deal out of it. Bring out the spirit you used to trick Big Sister. Su Wangtian was speechless. I didn't trick her. I've explained it to her many times. I kicked her down so that she wouldn't die in Immemorial City. Lu Yin patted Su Wangtian's shoulder. You can explain this to my sister when you go back. I don't believe you anyway. Su Wangtian sighed deeply. I don't know if I'll have the chance to go back in this lifetime. Forget it, I'll just work hard. With that he walked out of Boundless. Lu Yin looked at Su Wangtian's departing figure. Go back? They also wanted to go back. That's right, who doesn't want to go back? Yu Lao's words kept repeating in his mind. Joining forces with the two universes to restart the universe of consciousness, allowing the people of the spiritualized universe and the Heaven's Origin universe to reach the eternal realm. The spiritualized universe would definitely surpass the Heaven's Origin universe in terms of the number of eternal realm experts. Eternal life was already the limit, and there was no point in the spiritualized universe destroying the Heaven's Origin universe. Even though the Heaven's Origin universe would forever be suppressed by the spiritualized universe, the people of Boundless could return, and the Heaven's Origin universe could be preserved. If this was true, would he be willing to do so? Or would he really lead the people of Boundless to fight the spiritualized universe to the death? Would he fight for a future that would allow the Heaven's Origin universe to surpass the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin didn't know either. There were too many unfamiliar things here and too many lies. This wasn't home, the heaven's origin universe was. He also wanted to go back. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin exhaled and his gaze turned cold. He seemed to have made a decision. Celestial Victor Ancestor, head to the Intent Realm and gather resources in the name of Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin's voice resounded throughout Boundless, causing everyone to look up. Chui, head to the Wisdom Void Domain. Old Tao, head to the Heaven's Hand. Muzhu, head to the Great Ming Domain. Desolate God Su Wang, head to the Allen Domain and the Cloud Crane Domain. Lu Tianyi Li Shou, head to the Thousand Orchid White Domain and the Bofan Domain. Orders were issued one after another. Above Boundless, Chui and the others walked out in all directions. They knew Lu Yin's goal: to collect and destroy the spiritualized universe's future. This was a good idea even if the results might not be good. Aside from a limited number of domains, the rest of the 36 domains would not be able to escape. Lu Yin wanted to gather resources and he wanted to see if Yu Sangtian would do anything about it. He wanted to know Yu Sangtian's bottom line. Was it really as he had said? Was it because he was afraid of Grandmaster Grass? Lu Yin suddenly hoped that Yu Sangtian would deal with him. At the very least he would be able to see through Yu Sangtian's bottom line. Not long after, a figure walked onto Boundless. It was Yu Xian. He hadn't gone far, nor had he been gone for long. He had been watching from a distance. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Boundless and saw Yu Xian. Looks like I guessed right. Yu Xian's expression turned ugly. You don't just have strength. Lu Yin laughed. Thanks for the compliment. Yu Xian was bitter. Let me go. You're very confident. Lu Yin shook his head. Wrong. I'm not confident. It's just a guess. He was very serious. You have no value. If you leave, then leave. It doesn't matter. Yu Xian mocked himself. I'm second on the White Soul list, but I have no value in your eyes. That's right. You, the third master of the Dayu Villa, defeated many masters in the spiritualized universe. Those spiritual primes and bitter adepts avoided you. Why would you care about a spiritual cultivator like me? He looked deeply at Lu Yin. Based on your guess, not only did you let me go, but you also announced to the public that you were giving face to my master. You forced me to go to the outer sky to thank my master, so I had no choice but to return. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Reason? Yu Xian paused, exhaled deeply and sat down. I regret it. I regret using the 100 Grass region as an example. Back then, I knew that my master hated the 100 Grass region. After much consideration, I came up with a person and a word to show my master. I made the right bet. With my reputation as a genius in the spiritualized universe, and with that person and a word, I was successfully accepted as a disciple by my master. At that time, I reached the peak that every cultivator dreamed of. Under my master's guidance, I even learned the transformation of the 9 heavens. Everyone in the spiritualized universe was envious. Actually, I had a senior at that time. Lu Yin looked up. Yu Zhong, first on the White Soul list. Yu Xian nodded. Yes, first on the White Soul list, Yu Zhong. He's dead. He's been dead for a long time. As second, you could have become first, but you insisted on being second. Because of this, you attracted many people's admiration. I have to say your hypocrisy is very good. Lu Yin praised. Yu Xian shook his head. I'm not being hypocritical. I really don't want to replace my senior. He was very good to me. You should know that although my master taught me the transformation of the 9 heavens, my senior was the one who taught me. But my senior died. I don't know how he died, but before he died he mentioned it. He looked up at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with deep fear. If he died one day, it might have been my master who did it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So you hid in the 100 Grass region? Yu Xian nodded. I don't know why my master killed my senior or how he predicted it. Anyway, my senior warned me that I didn't want to follow in his footsteps, so I hid in the 100 Grass region. At the same time, I attracted those women to expose me in front of others to avoid being killed by my master. I know that with my master's methods he could have killed me silently, but I had no choice. This was the only way I could fight for my life. He looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. If you let me go, I could have continued to find a place to hide. But you had to announce to the world that you let me go because of my master forcing me to go to the realm beyond heaven to meet my master. Otherwise, countless people in the spiritualized universe would blame me, and I would have died in vain. Third Master, you're really ruthless. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't say that. It was just an experiment. I haven't told anyone yet. Then why did you block Wu Zhang's path? It doesn't mean anything to you. Yu Shan replied seriously, it does. Achieving Xianxia is also a path. Master can kill my senior at will, but if my senior becomes Xianxia, then it will be different. Xianxia's status will be different. This was true. I blocked Wu Zhang and did my best to improve my image and make friends with everyone. I hope that when I fight for the position of Xianxia one day, there will be fewer competitors and more helpers, Yu Shan said. Lu Yin sneered. Naive. Yu Shan was helpless. I know that in front of the position of Xianxia, the so-called friendship is fake, but I had no choice. I could only do my best. After I was hung on the bow of Wu Zhang's ship, I heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the tree where he was hung. To be honest, the time I was hung there was the most peaceful time I've ever been since I found out about my senior's death. Even my master was apprehensive of this place. Although I suffered humiliation here, I didn't have to worry about death. Lu Yin looked at Yu Shan. You're really afraid of death. As a spiritual cultivator, you must have experienced many life and death situations. Chapter 3562. Yu Shan and Lu Yin looked at each other. I've experienced the unknown death and the pain of a blade hanging over my neck for too many years. Every year the pain and despair increased. I didn't dare to go to sky beyond sky. Even when I reached a bottleneck in Jiutian change, I didn't dare to ask my master for help. Otherwise, I would have broken through to Spirit Prime long ago. Do you know what kind of pain I suffered? Lu Yin said, maybe your senior didn't die at Yu Xianxia's hands. Yu Shan shouted, senior wouldn't lie to me. Lu Yin frowned, are you sure? Suddenly he remembered something and blurted out, who told you that Yu Xianxia hated 100 Grass Mulberry Sky? Did you come up with the idea to deal with everyone in 100 Grass region? Based on your strength at that time? What was Yu Shan's strength at that time? He was at most a spiritual warrior, but he had dared to scheme against Xianxia's 100 Herbs domain. This was just like how Lu Yin had plotted against the only true god when he had just become an emissary. The gap was too great and it was unreachable. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve with their wisdom and strategy. Yu Shan looked at Lu Yin in shock. I'm impressed. Third Elder, I'm impressed that you can think of this. My senior Yu Zhong was both my senior and the ancestor. Lu Yin understood. So you're Yu Zhong's descendant. Yu Shan nodded. The ancestor had descendants before Yu Xianxia, but they didn't live up to expectations. They didn't have any talent for cultivation. Until I appeared, I don't know how many generations of the ancestor's descendants. The ancestor wanted to teach me, but coincidentally 100 Grass Mulberry Sky and Yu Xianxia didn't get along. He thought of a way for me to become Yu Xianxia's junior and obtain cultivation resources that the entire spiritualized universe would envy. Yu Xianxia didn't know about this. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Yu Zhong taught you so much and even warned you that he would die at Yu Xianxia's hands. Without this relationship he wouldn't have told you. Yu Shan nodded. Yes, without this relationship why would he remind me? Lu Yin looked at Yu Shan. To Yu Xianxia both Yu Zhong and Yu Shan were just ants and mortals. Yu Xianxia was like a god. Could mortals plot against gods? Of course. Yu Zhong had schemed against Yu Xianxia and successfully made Yu Shan become his disciple. No matter what the result was, he had already taken this step. Although Yu Xianxia had unparalleled battle prowess, he was not omniscient and omnipotent. Without cultivating karma and investigating, he would not have known the relationship between Yu Zhong and Yu Shan. And this relationship made Yu Shan take precautions, even if this precaution was laughable. He had lived like walking on thin ice until now, and finally, someone who dared to challenge Yu Xianxia appeared. Yu Zhong and Yu Shan were ants that couldn't resist Yu Xianxia, but Lu Yin was different. He was curious as to why Yu Zhong could predict that Yu Xianxia would kill him. There must be a reason behind it. Could it be related to the Little Spirit universe? Yu Zhong knows about the existence of Little Ling Cosmos? No, if that was the case, Yu Shan would not have survived until now. For Yu Xianxia, the existence of the small spirit cosmos could not be exposed, even if there was only a slight possibility. What was the reason? Because he had cultivated the path of karma. Lu Yin was becoming more and more confident in his premonitions. He had a feeling that Xianxia had killed Yu Zhong because Lu Yin wanted to counter him. Since you're sure that Xianxia will kill you, then you don't have any psychological burden to deal with him? Lu Yin asked. Yu Shan suddenly looked up. No, that's courting death. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll deal with him. Yu Shan stared at Lu Yin. I know you're strong, but my master's strength is unparalleled. Aside from the legendary ultimate pinnacle, no one is his match. The ultimate pinnacle was made up by him. He's invincible. Lu Yin frowned. He made up the ultimate pinnacle? Yu Shan said, Senior said so. He's very sure that the ultimate pinnacle was made up by Xianxia. The ultimate pinnacle appeared in an era far before your masters. I'm talking about Xianxia. Every generation of Xianxia, especially the first, made up the ultimate pinnacle to make it convenient for him to rule the spiritualized universe. However, in my master's generation, there was no need for the ultimate pinnacle. He could rule the spiritualized universe himself. My senior said that my master's power surpassed all the previous generations of Xianxia. He's the first spiritualized universe in history. There were some things that Yu Zhong and Yu Shan might know, but there were some that they didn't have the right to know. The existence of Grandmaster Grass was known to very few people in the Tianyuan universe. Even the primogenitor didn't know about it. Similarly, there were very few people in the spiritualized universe who knew about it. Why don't you stay in Boundless? Why are you still hanging there? Yu Shan looked at the tree in the distance and nodded. I'll continue hanging there. Don't worry. You're asking me to protect you. You should pay the price. Lu Yin said calmly. Yu Shan said, I don't have anything. You have the transformation of the 9 heavens. Yu Shan was shocked. You want to learn the transformation of the 9 heavens? Can't I? Lu Yin asked as he looked at Yu Shan coldly. Xianxia's transformation of the 9 heavens had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. That unshakable power suppressed the entire Tianyuan universe. Yu Shan relied on the transformation of the 9 heavens to increase his strength. It was a powerful battle technique. Yu Shan said solemnly, you can't learn it. If you want to learn the transformation of the 9 heavens, you must first open the 9 heavens. Senior brother and I opened the 9 heavens with the help of our master. At that time, even senior brother couldn't help me open the 9 heavens, let alone you. Third head, I swear this is the truth. Opening the 9 heavens 1 move per day, 9 moves combined into one. That is the transformation of the 9 heavens. You can't open the 9 heavens yourself. If you want me to forget the transformation of the 9 heavens now, I won't be able to cultivate it again. I must ask Master to open the 9 heavens again. Lu Yin said, I believe you, but you don't have to worry. Just practice the transformation of the 9 heavens that you know. Whether you can learn it or not is my problem. Yu Shan didn't hesitate and directly used the transformation of the 9 heavens without hiding anything. Lu Yin could tell if he was hiding anything. Yu Shan really used the transformation of the 9 heavens and taught Lu Yin everything he knew. Unfortunately, Lu Yin used another skill. He saw through Yu Shan. Spiritualized universe cultivators used spiritual seeds to cultivate and were different from Tianyuan universe cultivators. However, they could still cultivate their inner world and ancestral world. The transformation of the 9 heavens was Yu Shan's ancestral world. It was divided into 9 and ascended step by step. This was done by Xianxia. This wasn't a simple separation of the ancestral world. The 9 heavens were connected. Every day there would be a Yu Shan cultivating a move. When the sky was opened and this move was integrated, the transformation would be completed. Yu Shan was right. Without opening the 9 heavens, one would never be able to cultivate it. But how to open the 9 heavens? How were the 9 heavens connected? How was that move left behind? This was something Lu Yin couldn't see through. Yu Shan himself couldn't give an answer. For a few days, Yu Shan practiced the transformation of the 9 heavens. Lu Yin saw through every move but couldn't cultivate it. Yu Shan was helpless. That should be enough. Lu Yin looked at him. There is a price to pay for the boundless protection. This price is huge. Yu Shan said, I don't have anything. I tried my best to teach you the transformation of the 9 heavens, but you can't learn it without opening the 9 heavens. You can't blame me. Lu Yin nodded. I don't blame you. Then let's change the price. What price? Yu Shan didn't understand. Before he could react, he was pushed into the hell of the general appointment stage. Lu Yin wanted him to experience karma and recultivate the transformation of the 9 heavens. This was his experience. It didn't matter if he couldn't see through it the first time. He could do it again and again. This wasn't just related to Zhou Xian, it was also related to Xianxia. Lu Yin wanted to see if he really couldn't learn the transformation of the 9 heavens. Just as Lu Yin was learning the transformation of the 9 heavens, the spiritualized universe's 36 domains were in an uproar because of resource mobilization. In the Daliang domain, Sage Daliu went missing and the heavenly river was taken away. This caused the cultivators under Sage Daliu to either leave or flee. Of course, there was also a group of people who stayed behind. The leader was Sage Daliu's disciple Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang stared blankly at Mu Zhu, who was looking down at him, and said with a bitter expression, We don't have that many resources." Mu Zhu looked down coldly. "Lu Sangtian is mobilizing resources. If you refuse, you'll be provoking him." Lu Zhang lamented, "Master has been captured by Lu Sangtian. The heavenly river disappeared and most of the disciples left. How can we still have resources? If you don't believe me, you can investigate." Mu Zhu quickly left the Daliang domain and headed to the next domain. In the Alan domain, the water curtain sky had already been restored. The desolate god had returned with Su Wang to mobilize resources. The cultivators of the Alan domain were furious, but they didn't dare say anything. Lu Tianyi, Luo Shan, and the others arrived at the domain where the resources were being mobilized. Sir Victor brought the ancestor to the intent realm. The ancestor stared blankly in one direction. Was that an action? The alliance stepped forward, led by Xianxia. "Are you two from the Dayu villa? Why are you here?" Sir Victor pointed at Xianxia with his golden staff. "Lu Sangtian is mobilizing resources. Quickly prepare a few trillion spirit seeds for us to bring back." The ancestor was stunned. A few trillion? Xianxia was also stunned. Behind him, everyone from the alliance was stunned. A few trillion? Was this a joke? Since when did the intent realm become the target of mobilizing resources? Xianxia said, "Please go back and report to Lu Sangtian that there are no resources to mobilize in the intent realm." Sir Victor sneered, "Are you provoking Lu Sangtian?" Xianxia stared at Sir Victor. "We respect Lu Sangtian, but the resources in the intent realm are only for sentient universe life forms. This is the rule of the spiritualized universe. Please go back." "How dare you? Let me see where you get the confidence to chase us away." As he spoke, Sir Victor's golden staff smashed toward Xianxia. Behind Xianxia, Master Feng walked out. "Don't go too far." The golden staff ruthlessly pressed down on Lord Wind's head. His sequence particles were immediately scattered. He was shocked as he sent his consciousness blasting towards Celestial Lord Victor. Celestial Lord Victor faced Lord Wind's consciousness attack head-on. His body swayed a little, but he was fine. The golden staff brazenly pressed down, pressing Lord Wind into the ground. Xianxia was furious. "Stop." His gaze was piercingly cold and his astral-level consciousness swept out, crashing toward Sir Victor. Sir Victor withdrew his golden staff, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was difficult for him to withstand an astral-level consciousness, but he was not defeated. As blood flowed, his aura suddenly rose and he activated the victorious battle technique. 100-fold Sir Victor appeared behind him and he raised his staff again to smash Xianxia. Chapter 3563. Xianxia's gaze changed. This person had actually withstood his consciousness bombardment. Furthermore, this combat power was definitely not as simple as being at the level of spirit spells. Xianxia could use the rules to not get close, but this person did not use the rules of sequence at all. Were these the experts of the Dayu villa? Any one of them could fight him? He was the #1 consciousness cultivator in the spiritualized universe. A cold glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. No matter how much he feared Lu Sangtian, he had to fight this battle. Ancestor, she didn't interfere. She stared at the corner of the intent realm. On the other side, in the southbound world, Old Tao came again. Even though the Heaven's Hand was almost destroyed, Qian Men Faidu was still alive. The Heaven's Hand still existed. He looked at the headquarters of the Heaven's Hand and said, "Lu Sangtian's order is to mobilize resources. Don't stand on ceremony. Give me a few trillion spiritual seeds so that I can report back. We're all on the same side." In the headquarters of Heaven's Hand, numerous gazes were glaring at Old Tao. This traitor. Before Su Wangtian could enter the Heaven's Craftsman domain, he was stopped. Stay away. Do you think anyone can enter the Heaven's Craftsman realm just because they want to? Outside the Heaven's Craftsman region, a male glanced at Su Wangtian with disdain. Not to mention spirit spell experts, even if a spirit primordial expert came, they would have to report first. Su Wangtian laughed. On his shoulder the star toad's eyes widened. What an iron-headed guy. He still dared to offend the Dayu Mountain Manor? Then go and inform them that Su Wangtian of the Dayu Manor has come to visit. The man sneered, using Dayu Manor to threaten me? Let me tell you something. My Heaven's Craftsman realm isn't under the jurisdiction of any of the Mulberry Skies. We are directly under the orders of the realm beyond heaven. As for the Dayu Manor, we don't welcome you. Su Wangtian nodded. Understood. If you understand, then scram. Little guy, have you eaten boogers before? What? Ugh. I, Su Wangtian, am here to bring Lu Sangtian's order. Gather resources. Heaven's Craftsman realm, hand over 1 trillion spirit seeds. Otherwise I will tear this place apart. Su Wangtian slammed his slipper on the ground, slamming it on the entire Heaven's Craftsman realm. In the depths of the Heaven's Craftsman domain, the little fatty was horrified. Dayu Villa. Who dares to be so impudent? A loud shout rang out as spiritual threads flew towards Su Wangtian. Su Wangtian's slippers slammed onto the ground of Heaven's Craftsman domain, causing the entire domain to tremble. The ground cracked open and extended into the distance. At this moment, spirit threads as sharp as blades attacked him. He held onto the slippers tightly and slammed them horizontally. With a bang, the spiritual thread bent and a deep mark appeared on the slipper. Su Wangtian's eyes widened. A primordial realm expert. In the Heaven's Craftsman region, countless pairs of eyes looked towards Su Wangtian's direction. An elder stood in the starry sky with spiritual threads dancing around his body. His eyes were filled with divine prowess, and there was coldness and mercilessness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Someone from the Great Yu Mountain Manor dares to be impudent in my Heaven's Craftsman region? Su Wangtian sneered. Old thing, you don't want to interact with the outside world. I know that your Dayu Manor is not to be trifled with, but my Heaven's Craftsman realm is not afraid. Countless spirit threads shot out from the elder's body towards Su Wangtian, each of them carrying a heavy attack that struck fear into Su Wangtian's heart. He finally understood why Lu Yin had asked him to bring the star toad with him to the Heaven's Craftsman realm. It's your turn. The star toad rolled its eyes and jumped up. Its body turned from golden to colorful. It held the steel fork in its hand and had a skull around its neck. It shouted, "Oh, old man, let's go." The pitchfork pierced into the endless spiritual threads and spun madly. It entangled the endless spiritual threads and exerted force. The old man was almost pulled down. He was shocked. Bitter calamity realm? Beast-shaped spiritual molt? Ancestor, that's the toad that follows Lu Sangtian, someone reminded. The old man became fearful. He remembered that Lu Sangtian had brought 3 giant beasts with him when he traveled through the spiritual universe. 2 of them carried the palanquin while the last one stood on his shoulder. On his shoulder was this toad. It was rumored that this toad had killed a powerhouse in the 10,000 beast territory who fought for the position of Lu Sangtian, but it was actually in the bitter calamity realm. Heaven's Craftsman realm, the world of spiritual threads. Yes, ancestor. Countless voices rang out as spiritual threads rose from all directions of the Heaven's Craftsman realm, forming a sphere that constantly expanded. It wanted to push the star toad and Su Wangtian out of the Heaven's Craftsman realm. The star toad stabbed out with the pitchfork, but it was unable to pierce through the spiritual threads. A chessboard appeared around Su Wangtian, and he placed his chess pieces in the air. The chess pieces shot into the spiritual threads, but they were constantly pushed away. He retreated step by step, but it was useless. The Heaven's Craftsman realm developed spiritual threads to connect the 36 domains. One could imagine how many spiritual threads they had. The 36 regions were connected a long time ago, and no one knew how many spirit threads the Heaven's Craftsman domain had left. Relying on these spirit threads, the Heaven's Craftsman domain had nothing to fear. They even had the confidence to face Sangtian head-on. There wouldn't be several Sangtians attacking the Heaven's Craftsman domain. The old man looked coldly at Su Wangtian and the star toad being pushed out. Go back and tell that Lu Xianxia I don't care how he causes trouble, but don't provoke the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Scram, Su Wangtun and the Star Toad were completely pushed out and they looked at each other. You're too useless. You're trash. Both of them spoke at the same time and glared at each other. What do? We can't report back. Too embarrassing. Absolutely not. Find help. Who? I know of a guy who should be able to beat up the Heaven's Craftsman realm. You know someone in the spiritualized universe? No, but that guy said that I looked familiar, so I held back. No one in the spiritualized universe can find that guy, but I can. Sko. Alright, don't tell this to Luin. That brat is also looking for that guy. We can't let him find him. Why? The two of them have some conflicts. Did you betray the Tianyuan universe? Cut the crap. Just tell me if you want to do it or not. Do it. Soon the man and beast disappeared. Within the Heaven's Craftsman realm, the old man snorted and returned. Forefather, are you all right? Isn't this too disrespectful to the Dayu manor? What's there to be afraid of? My Heaven's Craftsman realm has endless spiritual threads protecting it. Even Lu Xianxia can't break it. The old man glared. Shut up. Is this something that you can say? Who told you that Lu Xianxia can't break it? Everyone quickly fell silent. The old man's expression turned solemn. Everyone returned in a sorry state. That Lu Xianxia doesn't have the face to come to our Heaven's Craftsman realm. No matter what, he's still Lu Xianxia. If he comes, we'll invite Lord Yu Xianxia. Our Heaven's Craftsman realm won't be troubled by a mere Dayu manor. From now on, the Heaven's Craftsman realm will be sealed until the day of the sacrifice spirit. As you command, Forefather. As you command, Forefather. Above the spatial abyss, Chu Yi arrived and looked down. It was as if he could see Lu Yin fighting here. This battle had made Lu Yin famous and allowed him to accomplish Lu Xianxia without any hindrance. He wondered when he would be able to fight again and let the Tianyuan universe feel completely at ease. Not long after, Chu Yi crossed the spatial abyss and arrived outside of the Intelliski domain. Given his personality, even if he had ill intentions, he would still act gracefully. However, he had another mission that Lu Yin had given him, so he had no choice but to enter the Intelliski domain without asking for permission. Anyone who came to the Wisdom Sky domain had to pass through. Although the Wisdom Sky domain didn't seem to have any defensive measures, many people knew that it had a spirit treasure array. The other mission that Lu Yin had given Chu Yi was to challenge the spirit treasure array, Scroll 15. He hadn't forgotten that this spirit treasure array was so similar to the name of the Heaven's Hand Scroll 16. There must be a connection between them. Lu Yin wanted to know if this array was arranged according to its name. If it was, then it would be terrifying. Chu Yi's expression was cautious as he stepped into the Wisdom Sky domain. However, he didn't trigger the spirit treasure array even when he reached the reed marsh where Lu Yin and the foolish old man had been boating. Are you from the Dayu villa? An aged voice asked. Chu Yi looked over and saw a small boat emerging from the reed marsh. The foolish old man was sitting on it. That's right. Judging from your complexion, it seems that time is unforgiving. You and I are already old, but we still have to work for the young. The foolish old man smiled and gestured for Chu Yi to enter. Chu Yi smiled. I'm just a bag of old bones. If I can pave the way for the young, it will be worth it. He then boarded the small boat and sat opposite the foolish old man. The foolish old man and Chu Yi had both lived for a very long time. Chu Yi had lived since the era of the Above Heaven sect. Although that era didn't represent the oldest era of the spiritualized universe, the foolish old man wasn't the oldest master of the Wisdom Sky domain either. With their age, there was no need to delve too deeply into it. They were all old men. The foolish old man personally poured wine for Chu Yi. I have a good eye for people. You shouldn't be just a spiritual prime. Chu Yi replied. What's the difference between the primordial realm and the bitter adversity? It's just a threshold in life. Only by passing the bitter adversity can one step into eternal life. Aren't you tempted? It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. However, isn't eternal life the same as passing the bitter adversity? Chu Yi retorted. The foolish old man paused and put down his wine cup. He looked at Chu Yi in admiration. It's my honor to meet you today. Let's not talk about official matters. Can we chat for 3 days? Chu Yi smiled. It's my honor. The entire spiritualized universe was in an uproar because of the Dayu villa. There were complaints everywhere. Countless people contacted Xianxia and the realm beyond heaven, but they didn't get a reply. Xianxia aside, of the 7 great Xianxia, Wu Huang and the 9th spirit were still on their way back. Zhang Ming's attitude was unclear. Originally it belonged to the Dayu villa and the plain sect was raised by Lu Yin. Who would go against Lu Yin? Unless Xianxia appeared, no one would stop Lu Yin. And would Xianxia appear for such a matter? Previously, when the Dayu villa had violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven, Xianxia hadn't said a word. In many people's minds, Xianxia had already established Lu Yin's group as a sign to attract experts from the Tianyuan universe and the universe of consciousness. Although this sign was a little arrogant, it wasn't enough for him to personally overthrow it. Some people guessed Lu Yin's plan, but it was laughable. Trying to collect and destroy spirit seeds to prevent the spiritualized universe's future was simply unrealistic. This was because once spirit seeds were destroyed, they would reappear. If they weren't destroyed, then Xianxia would appear if the spiritualized universe's future was affected. This could only be described as laughable, or perhaps it was the struggle of the weak. Above boundless boundary, Lu Yin was still watching Xian recultivate the 9 heavens change. He had expected the outside world's reaction, but he didn't care. In the intent realm, celestial surpassing star attacked wantonly. The golden staff was Xianxia, who was suffering unspeakably. Xianxia's consciousness caused Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle to constantly cough up blood as his head spun. However, Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was the type of person who grew stronger the more he fought. Xianxia didn't have the strength to knock Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle unconscious. Instead, he allowed Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle to familiarize himself with his consciousness bombardment. Chapter 3564. Xianxia's spiritual prime realm cultivation had no advantage over Sir Victor. However, it was impossible for Sir Victor to defeat him. His consciousness was enough to make it impossible for Sir Victor to win unless he could break through his consciousness. Xianxia threatened, "I'll give Third Head some face and stop this battle. Otherwise, with my intent combined, my consciousness is enough to knock you out." Sir Victor raised his golden staff. "Come, let's see if you have the ability." Xianxia gritted his teeth. Intent. All of the intent realm cultivators consciously formed a spirit treasure array and anxiously waited for Xianxia's orders. They did not want to become enemies with the Dayu Mountain Villa, but the Dayu Mountain Villa had gone too far. Their intent realm was one of the 7 great powers, so how could they be mobilized? Even if they were mobilized, a few trillion was too much. Master Feng had never seen so many spirit seeds in his life. Sir Victor let out a deep breath that was like a dragon that crushed the void. It was terrifyingly powerful, and the intent realm cultivators shuddered in fear. However, there were also some who were envious, as this was physical strength. Third Head had used his physical strength to resist Wu Wei's consciousness, while this person had used his physical strength to resist the Alliance leader's consciousness. When one's physical strength was cultivated to the limit, they would be very powerful. They all wanted to cultivate their physical strength. Xianxia did not want to use his intent realm to attack, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would come looking for him. Xianxia had not been able to protect the Qi family, so he would not be able to protect Xianxia. However, this person clearly did not want to give up, which made it difficult for Xianxia to back down. At that moment, a corner of the intent realm stirred up a storm. A terrifying consciousness swept out and covered the entire intent realm. Sir Victor looked over and his eyelids twitched. He could not withstand this consciousness. Ancestor, she stepped out and faced the corner. He closed his eyes and a boundless consciousness soared into the sky to clash with this consciousness. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Was this a consciousness life form? His attention had been drawn by Sir Victor, and now he looked at Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi's consciousness was definitely not weak, at least not below Xianxia's. He was a powerful consciousness life form. "I've seen you before," Wu Wei's voice rang out. Ancestor Shi's expression was cold. "I know you as well. You're one of the 13 Celestials, Wu Wei." "You really did go to the Tianyuan universe," Wu Wei said. Xianxia's eyes twitched. "A consciousness life form in the Tianyuan universe?" "Ancestor," she said solemnly, "you have indeed become a traitor. Xianxia, destroy her. She has brought the Tianyuan universe and the consciousness universe together." Wu Wei spoke as a majestic will pressed down on the ancestor of the ancient era. Xianxia didn't make a move. How should he put it? It wasn't surprising at all. It was reasonable for the Tianyuan universe and the universe of consciousness to join forces. After all, both universes were targeted by spiritualized universes. Wu Wei's words only confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions about Qi Gong and Lu Yin. The beings from the consciousness universe behind Saint Daliu had planned everything. They had thought of a way to let Qi Gong steal the White Willow and lure Lu Yin to break through his intent realm and save the beings from the consciousness universe. This was something that everyone knew. The only change was that Saint Daliu might not have paid the price himself and left. Instead, Lu Yin had joined hands with the consciousness universe and let him go unconditionally. This made sense. The third head had long joined forces with the consciousness universe because of this life form. Perhaps Saint Great Yun's capture was just an illusion, and that person had taken advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that he went to the Great Yun domain and coincidentally found Bai Lu? No, he had to report this to Lord Xianxia. The alliance between the Tianyuan universe and the universe of consciousness was no small matter. Xianxia, what are you waiting for? Wu Wei shouted. The ancestor sneered. Does he dare? Does he dare? Sir Zhou Xian said arrogantly. Xiaoxia's expression was extremely ugly. This was forcing him. Please stay for a while. This matter requires Lord Xianxia to make a decision. Sir Zhou Xian raised his golden staff and smashed it down. Hand over the spirit seed. Xiaoxia was furious. This guy was crazy. Intent realm attack. Streams of consciousness blasted towards Sir Zhou Xian. At the same time, Wu Wei attacked as well. His starry sky-level consciousness was as vast as an ocean, and the great sky-flaying disk pressed down on the ancestor. When the ancestor had left the consciousness universe, she had only been a sequence law expert. After arriving in the Tianyuan universe, she had broken through to the primordial realm at the edge of the river of time in the Mirage domain. Even so, her consciousness was still not Wu Wei's match. She could only barely resist the attacks of his starry sky-level consciousness. Her sword swept out and a green sword chi slashed towards a corner of the intent realm. Her consciousness was not Wu Wei's match, but that did not mean she could not resist. She was the light-sifting sword sky. Her essence, spirit and sword intent had forced the Lu family to cultivate the primogeniture scripture. She had undergone a metamorphosis in the Tianyuan universe. This battle lasted for several days, but Sir Zhou Xian had not fainted. This was mainly because Xianxia had not done much as he was contacting Sky Beyond. The ancestor was also fighting against Wu Wei. Wu Wei's consciousness suppressed the ancestors, but the ancestor used the power of the light-sifting sword Sky to counterattack. Wu Wei was unable to take her down immediately. Xiaoxia's heart thumped. The Dayu Villa had only sent 2 people, but it was already so difficult for them to fight the intent realm. Just how powerful was the Dayu Villa? In the Cloud Crane domain, the Desolate God and Su Wang had arrived. They had obtained the spirit seed from the Alan domain, and their second stop was the Cloud Crane domain. However, the Cloud Crane domain had not listened to them and had instead requested the protection of the Myriad Beasts domain. The Desolate God had gone berserk and fought against the experts from the Myriad Beasts domain. Su Wang had also attacked. In the Bofan domain, the Zhan family had sent people to block Lu Tianyi and the Power Beast. The School of Arts had also interfered, but there was nothing they could do about it. The Bofan domain was right next to the School of Arts, and if they allowed Lu Yin to gather the resources there, the School of Arts would lose face. Most shocking of all, Meng Xianxia had appeared in the Ghostfire domain. This news had shaken the spiritualized universe. Meng Xianxia had disappeared several decades ago and he had not appeared again. Even though several decades were not a long time for cultivators and could pass in the blink of an eye, the lack of news about Meng Xianxia was still a cause for concern. He was Meng Xianxia, not immortal. And now Meng Xianxia had appeared in the Ghostfire domain. Luo Shan immediately fled as he was not Meng Xianxia's match. Furthermore, he knew that Meng Xianxia's disappearance was related to the one true God. That was a powerhouse that made his scalp go numb. To the people of the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia might not be terrifying, but the one true God was. Everyone in the Ghostfire domain knelt down and worshipped Meng Xianxia. Meng Xianxia stood there calmly. Not long after, Xianxia's voice rang out, "Eternity. I am Meng Xianxia. Where is Eternity? He's gone. Tell him to appear and give him the position of Meng Xianxia. It's not time yet. He asked me to tell you something. After a pause, Meng Sangtian said, "Don't underestimate Lu Yin." Yu Sangtian said calmly, "Help me tell him something as well. Kill Lu Yin and he will still be the master of the Tianyuan universe. I can restart the consciousness universe and let the Tianyuan universe go." Meng Sangtian did not reply. "Are you still yourself?" Yu Sangtian's voice rang out again. Meng Sangtian looked up. "Yes." "The 8. Meng Sangtian did not hesitate and handed over the foundation of the sequence. The 8. Although time had reversed, Meng Sangtian's actions were controlled by the one true God, and he was not affected by the reversal of time. He brought the one true God to the spiritualized universe and did not appear in the spiritualized universe like Yi Sangtian and the others. However, his memories had been affected and the foundation of the sequence, the 8, had returned. During the 37 years of time reversal, the 8 had been snatched away by Lu Yin and refined in the cosmos of his heart. Now that the 8 had returned, Lu Yin wanted to make up for it. Yu Sangtian did not know what had happened to Meng Sangtian in the Tianyuan universe, and he did not know that the 8 had been snatched away by Lu Yin. However, even if there was a slight possibility, he would still take the 8 and use the 8's karma to devour Lu Yin. Everything returned to normal and only Meng Sangtian remained standing there with his head lowered. His lips curled up as he said, "Can't you tell? Things are getting more and more interesting." In the spiritualized universe, there was a place surrounded by red meteorites all year round. The meteorites were filled with magma and no living creature could survive here. Even cultivators would take a detour. Su Wangtian used his spatial techniques to search for the star toad for several days before finding this place. "Just this?" Su Wangtian looked around. "There's nothing here." The star toad rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. If you can find it, how can it hide?" With that, he leaped down and gestured for Su Wangtian to keep quiet. The two tiptoed towards the highest meteorite. When they reached the meteorite, the star toad whispered, "Are you ready? Run at any time. Otherwise, if this guy goes crazy, both of us will die here." Su Wangtian hesitated. "Do we really have to take such a risk? I feel that returning to Wujiang to get reinforcements is not a bad choice. We're already here and you're still hesitating." The star toad was unhappy and looked at Su Wangtian with disdain. Su Wangtian was helpless. "Are you confident?" 70%. "Then increase it by 20%. "Where is the 20%? 20% is already here." "They're on their way." The star toad's eyes flashed. "Dancing butterflies?" Su Wangtian gestured for him to keep quiet. "If they work together, it should be fine." The star toad nodded. "It's safer. Let's wait." Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. "Wait, if we can find the dancing butterflies, why are we still looking for it?" Su Wangtian looked at the star toad. "Don't tell me that you don't want to find it." The star toad stared at Su Wangtian in a daze. He gripped his pitchfork tightly and glared at Su Wangtian. "You're cunning. Did that Lu brat teach you this?" Su Wangtian rolled his eyes. "Do I need him to teach me this? I've lived for so many years for nothing. You left this guy's trail behind his back. It's obvious that you have something private to do. If I help you, it'll be beneficial for us. I'll tell that brat that it has nothing to do with us and I'll help you keep it a secret." The star toad gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll remember this favor." "Hee, I'm a good person." Su Wangtian laughed. The star toad was speechless. He thought that he was the one guiding the star toad. Humans were too cunning. Another 2 days passed. The battle of wills had yet to end and the dancing butterflies had already arrived. The star toad saw them and stabbed his pitchfork into the ground. "Old brat, come out and answer me." A pair of eyes suddenly opened from the ground. They were filled with rage and nervousness at being discovered. A claw reached out and clashed with the pitchfork. With a loud bang, the star toad was pushed back and almost flipped over. "Who dares to disturb my rest? You're courting death." The one underground was Miawu Huang. Miawu Huang's mortal enemy. He could not be found in the 10,000 beast border, but the star toad found him. The dancing butterflies were shocked. Miawu Huang? They did not expect the star toad to find Miawu Huang. Chapter 3565. It was rumored that Yu Sangtian made up the supreme extremity to control the spiritualized universe. Yu Xian's senior, Yu Zhong, was also certain that it was made up, but only people with a certain level of knowledge knew that it was true. Although Elder Yu believed in the existence of the supreme extremity, he had never seen it in all these years. Lu Yin suddenly mentioned the supreme extremity and even implicated Xianxia, which made him instinctively feel that something was wrong. You know where the supreme extremity is? Elder Yu asked with a different tone. Lu Yin said, so you believe in its existence? You said that Xianxia would never be forced because of the supreme extremity? Elder Yu's eyes flashed. You don't have anything on Xianxia, so he didn't attack you because of the supreme extremity? Lu Yin praised. Smart. Then we can talk on this basis. Of course the premise is that you believe me. Did Elder Yu believe him? Of course he did, he couldn't not believe it. Otherwise why wouldn't Xianxia attack Wu Jiang? He understood Xianxia too well. He had arranged the 7 great Xianxians one after another just to control the spiritualized universe. Before him, Xianxia could appear in Zhikong domain, but after the current Xianxia was born, he clearly stated that Zhikong domain would not allow Xianxia to appear, completely ignoring the opinions of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. He was too overbearing. How could such an overbearing person allow Wu Jiang, an existence that violated the rules? How could he allow the Tianyuan universe to resist? It was nonsense to say that he did it to attract the Tianyuan universe's experts to join. Wu Jiang represented the Tianyuan universe's top experts unparalleled. In fact, Zhikong domain had been analyzing Xianxia's weakness during this period of time, trying to figure out what Lu Yin had on him. But even with Elder Yu's lifetime of wisdom and experience, he couldn't find anything. Now that he heard Lu Yin's words, he understood that the weakness was fake. The one that protected Wu Jiang was the supreme extremity. At the same time, he also understood why the supreme extremity hadn't appeared for so many years. It was because he was in the Tianyuan universe. This coincided with his previous conjecture. The supreme extremity has always been in the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin smiled. Yes. What does it have to do with you? Elder Yu stared at Lu Yin. He had a terrifying guess. Maybe this person was the supreme extremity's disciple? Otherwise, how could he have reached such a cultivation at such a young age? As for the stance of the spiritualized universe in the Tianyuan universe, was it really important to the supreme universe? Lu Yin pretended to be mysterious. I don't want to talk about this. Anyway, Peerless Extremity has given you Xianxia a death sentence. You're not allowed to touch me, understood? The foolish old man took a deep breath and remained silent. What Lu Yin had said was true. Xianxia hadn't acted against him because of his instincts, but also because of Grandmaster Qing Chao. Grandmaster Qing Chao wanted to use Lu Yin to break free from the restraints of karma. Of course, Lu Yin knew that things weren't that simple, but he couldn't find the reason. Actually, the reason why he told Foolish Old Man all this was because he wanted to tell Foolish Old Man about this matter so that Intelligent Void Domain could find a loophole in Yusang Heaven. It would be even better if they could find a loophole, but if they couldn't, then so be it. They could play around in the spiritualized universe as long as they could in the name of being supreme. To Master Grass, his value might surpass that of the entire spiritualized universe. Eternal Realm cultivators were invincible, but they were restricted. This feeling was more unbearable than anyone else. Grandmaster Grass had endured it for so many years, and he had long since had enough. As for Lu Yin, he still had to continue enduring this torture. Sometimes Lu Yin's mind would constantly see the scene of Grandmaster Grass attacking. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yin would be sealed, making him unable to resist at all. He could easily defeat an ancient god with just a thought. The strength of an Eternal Realm cultivator was unimaginable. I want to know the exact situation of Peerless Extremity, Foolish Old Man said. Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll tell you to prove that I'm telling the truth, but I have a condition. Do as you wish. The Intelligent Void Domain won't interfere, Foolish Old Man said. Lu Yin raised his head and looked into the distance. It's just a small matter. You can't do anything about it. I've never taken you seriously. These words were unpleasant, but Foolish Old Man didn't care. What's the condition? Lu Yin's gaze was heavy. I want everyone in the Boundless Realm to improve by 1 level, except for the Primordial Realm powerhouses. In the Intent Realm, the battle stopped, and Lu Yin allowed Celestial Champion and Ancestor Shi to return. Shirshio's expression turned ugly as he watched the two leave. Since when did the Intent Realm become a place where some people could come and go as they pleased? However, he was helpless against the Dayu Villa. There was no reply from beyond sky either. Alliance Master, even though we let them go, we didn't pay any price for it, Feng Shangren comforted. I heard that the Heavens Craftsman domain was defeated. The Cloud Crane domain and Bowfan domain were also badly beaten. The Boat domain didn't even resist, and they took away more than 1 trillion spirit seeds. Zhou Xian sighed. Given Lu Songtian's character, he wouldn't have stopped voluntarily. Someone must have interfered. Maybe it was beyond sky, Feng Shangren said. In the Cloud Crane domain, the Desolate God and Su Wang had also left. They had fought in the Cloud Crane domain, but they hadn't obtained any spirit seeds. However, the Crane Keeper was willing to give them spirit seeds. Now that the Cloud Crane domain had been beaten to a pulp, he regretted asking the Myriad Beast domain to step in. The gathering of resources that swept through the 36 domains came to an end. When they all returned to the Boundless domain, the number of spirit seeds they had obtained was enough to shock the Chamber of Commerce. This was a robbery in the name of Lu Sangtian which had never happened before. Only a place like the Dayu Villa, which had repeatedly violated the rules, would do something like this. However, Beyond Sky didn't care. The Desolate God and the others had been holding back in the Boundless domain for a long time, and this battle was finally satisfying. The Foolish Old agreed to Lu Yin's condition, which was to raise everyone above the Boundless domain, except for the Primordial Realm. Powerhouses like the Desolate God and Lu Tianyi were also raised to the Primordial Realm. This was obtained by Lu Yin in exchange for information on Mastergrass. To the Foolish Old, although helping the powerhouses above the Boundless domain wasn't good for the spiritualized universe, he was willing to pay the price for information on the ultimate domain. There were many powerhouses above the Boundless domain, but as long as no one reached the Eternal Realm, they couldn't surpass the spiritualized universe. Even Lu Yin, who represented the peak of the Boundless domain, couldn't surpass Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin didn't hide the information on Mastergrass, and he told the Foolish Old everything, especially the way Mastergrass attacked. This made the Foolish Old fall silent for a long time. Lu Yin didn't know what the Foolish Old was thinking, but he knew that even if the spiritualized universe above the Boundless domain was more likely to seek death, and no one was certain that they would survive, it was still better than nothing. He had brought these people here, and as long as there was a chance, he wanted to bring them back. The spiritualized universe was filled with danger at every step. The Foolish Old, Yu Sangtong, and these people had plans that he couldn't see through, which made him uneasy. The only way was to increase his strength. A few months later, the Zhikong domain announced that the Monolith Discourse would be held in 2 years. At that time, all 36 domains would be able to listen. Monolith Discourse? Lu Yin didn't understand. Yuan Qi explained, the Monolith Discourse is a form of enlightenment for the cultivators of the 36 domains of the spiritualized universe. It allows those who are on the verge of death to recite the Monolith Sutra. The cultivators can listen to the words of the sutra and feel the path of the cultivator. From there, they will know which sequence method is suitable for them. Some people are gifted and can tell when they have just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Some people can hear the path they want to take in the future. Some break through bottlenecks, and some wait for the time to shed their spirit. Perhaps they can shed their spirit during enlightenment and obtain a gift or weapon. In short, this is a form of enlightenment for all cultivators. Chu Yi asked, how often is the Monolith Discourse held? Yuan Qi shook his head. It's not common in my era because every time, it consumes the cultivator's life. After the discourse, the cultivator will definitely die. They are all old fellows who are nearing the end of their lifespans. Old Tao continued, the last Monolith Discourse was to celebrate Bao Qi's ascension to Sang Tian's position, and the one before that was to celebrate Meng Sang Tian's ascension. Yuan Qi nodded. Ascending to Sang Tian's position is a major event, and there is indeed such a rule. The Monolith Discourse is celebrated throughout the world. Lu Yin frowned as he had still been schemed against. Foolish Old Man would definitely use the Monolith Discourse to help those on Limitless Star improve. Even if Lu Yin hadn't raised the conditions, the Monolith Discourse would still have happened. After all, there would be 2 Sang Tians at once, and it would be unreasonable to not have a Monolith Discourse. Lu Yin still lacked understanding of the spiritualized universe. But it didn't matter as he hadn't paid any price. Yu Sangtian knew about the Grass Grandmaster, and many people in the Tianyuan universe knew about it. Foolish Old Man would have known about it sooner or later. As for gathering resources, that was only the intent realm. The Cloud Crane region and a few other places had not succeeded, but the number of spirit seeds that had been gathered was already ridiculous. The next time would be before the day of the tribute spirit, as he would have to gather at least 2 times to cover his losses. Will the monolith discourse help many people improve their strength? Luyin asked. He hadn't told Chu Yi and the others about the conditions, as he could make the decision on such matters. There was no need to burden others. Yuan Qi replied, "Of course many people will improve their strength, but the specifics depend on their own comprehension. The easiest way to improve their strength is for cultivators who coincidentally encounter a spiritual molt. Many cultivators who are unable to molt their innate gifts or weapons will experience a spiritual molt when they encounter the monolith discourse, and their strength will increase by leaps and bounds. This is very normal." "What about the progenitor realm or the sequence laws?" Luyin asked. Yuan Qi thought about it. "That depends on the price that the monolith discourse pays. If you want those people to improve their strength, they will have to be extremely powerful, at least in the primordial realm. In particular, if you want to increase the strength of the sequence laws, you will have to sacrifice the bitter adversity expert. That is the price. However, there will definitely be bitter adversity experts waiting to die in the door of techniques. It's not that they can't afford to pay this price, but that it will delay the creation of the sequence foundation." Old Tao said, "In the past, the monolith discourse has almost always involved spirit adepts. It's very normal for a few spirit adepts to die in a single discourse. Of course, there have also been primordial realm experts who have died. In that moment, they had exhausted their life force to transmit the monolith discourse to the 36 regions. The higher the realm, the more they can comprehend the state of mind, and the easier it is for them to break through." Chapter 3566. Luyin looked into the distance. It seemed that a few primordial realm experts would die in this discussion, and even Kuai might die. He wanted to see just how many old fellows from the spiritualized universe were waiting to die. He had already suppressed a bunch of them in hell. Now that he thought about it, neither Yu Sangtian nor Yu Sangtian had mentioned this group of experts. Did they think that they were dead, or did they believe that he wouldn't release them? It should be the latter. The monolith's Tao discussion is spread throughout the 36 domains. We can also listen. If a primordial realm expert appears, I might be able to break through. That would be great. Old Tao looked forward to it. Su Wangtian rolled his eyes. "Forget it. With us here, do you think they're stupid?" Old Tao immediately fell silent. That's right. The limitless realm was present in the 36 domains. As long as the spiritualized universe wasn't stupid, they wouldn't sacrifice their own people to help the limitless realm experts. After all, there was a group of sequence law experts here. Is this monolith of the monolith discourse the monolith's monolith foundation? Luyin suddenly thought of something and asked. Yuan Qi nodded. That's right. Only the monolith foundation can transmit the state of mind of the person discussing the Tao. Monolith foundation? Luyin thought of the day when the above heaven was massacred. Yu Sangtian held the monolith foundation high and was undefeatable. He would never forget that scene. What would happen if he took the monolith foundation? Yuan Qi seemed to have seen through Lu Yin's thoughts. Don't even think about the monolith foundation. Unless you can directly shatter it, no one can take it away from Yu Sangtian. That's the sequence foundation that belongs to Yu Sangtian. Only those who cultivate the monolith heart can fully control it. Then I'll shatter it. Dou Xing's fighting spirit sword. Yuan Qi sneered. Even the 7 Sangtian working together can't shatter it. Even with a few Ku AI's help, they can't do it. Lu Yin glanced at Yuan Qi and said indifferently, the Extreme Palace's protective array is also known as unbreakable. The 7 Sangtian working together can't break it, but I still broke it. Nothing is absolute in this world. Yuan Qi was speechless. He had forgotten that this person could turn the impossible into the possible. Lu Yin glanced at the people on Limitless Horizon. The monolith's Tao debate. When the time comes, I hope that everyone will be able to improve. Our trip to this spiritualized universe was not in vain. Even if we die in battle, we must drag them down with us. In these 2 years, the boundless void will be closed. I hope everyone can wait for the day when the monolith discusses the Tao. Not long after, Boundless was completely sealed. No one could see the inside of Wu Jiang from the outside, including Yushan, who was hanging on the bow of the ship. After Boundless boundary was sealed, Lu Yin went to find Yushan and continued to cultivate the 9 heavens transformation. The primogenitor was also researching the transformations of the 9 heavens. Once he learned this battle skill, it would be of great help. Qing Yun, Qing Shao, Ru Mu, and the others were also sealed inside the boundless void. People kept coming to the 100 Herb region to join the boundless empire, but they couldn't get close. The situation was constantly changing, and by now the entire spiritualized universe was aware of Wu Jiang and Lu Yin's origins. Their previous plans had to be changed. However, if there were desperate people who could cause trouble for the 7 major powers to join, it would be acceptable. Lu Yin's plan to disrupt the spiritualized universe had never changed. The sealing of the boundless void allowed the spiritualized universe to calm down. Countless cultivators realized that the universe had changed ever since the arrival of the boundless void. Everyone's gaze followed the boundless void and the third head, so much so that they had forgotten about the existence of others. Although the arrival of the boundless void was very short, it felt very long. Changed an era. Elder Yu arrived at the Supreme Heaven Palace. Lan had a respectful expression as she led Elder Yu into the Supreme Heaven Palace to meet Yu Xian. "You're early," Yu Xian said faintly. Elder Yu said, "I don't want the Monolith Foundation, I just want to know the answer to a question." Yu Xian looked at him. "Regarding that person, I have nothing to say. You won't get an answer from me." Elder Yu sighed. "How many years has it been? How should I walk the path of the spiritualized universe?" Yu Xian didn't care. "Isn't it good now? Do you want to change?" "You don't want to change?" Elder Yu asked. Yu Xian smiled. "Whether or not to change, it's not up to us." Elder Yu stared at Yu Xian. "Not attacking Lu Yin, is it your idea or that person's idea?" Yu Xian said. "He already told you the answer." "Really?" Elder Yu frowned. Yu Xian didn't comment. Not long after, Elder Yu left. Yu Xian looked into the distance. He didn't know what Lu Yin said to Elder Yu, but since Elder Yu asked that question, it meant that Lu Yin must have told him. The path of karma, how far will he go? How long will he walk? After leaving the Supreme Heaven, Elder Yu looked back. That Master Lu, was he really a disciple of the Paramount Extremity? What does the Paramount Extremity want to do? Did he never think of restarting the Tianyuan universe? Or was there something in the Tianyuan universe that he cared about? The spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and the Tianyuan universe. From the beginning, the Tianyuan universe was the highest standard in the future. Fortunately, the humans of the Tianyuan universe appeared late, giving them a chance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Tianyuan universe waiting to be restarted, it would be their spiritualized universe. That Master Lu was able to survive in a hopeless situation, defeat the Eternals of the Tianyuan universe, and return to the peak of the human race. It was because of the Paramount Extremity, and only the Paramount Extremity had this ability. Then what should Yu Xian do? Who would be the master of these 3 universes in the future? Yu Xian shouldn't give up. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Monolith's Dao discussion was approaching. On this day, Limitless was unsealed, and the first to arrive was Xiao. Xiao requested to see Lu Yin and asked if there was any news of Saint Great Liao. He wanted Lu Yin's help in dealing with the consciousness universe. He was testing Lu Yin. During this time, the intent had been under great pressure. The disappearance of the consciousness universe's life forms had been pressured by Beyond Heaven, and it had ordered the intent to recover them as soon as possible. Xiao was helpless, as Lu Yin had clearly taken those life forms away and handed them over to the person behind Saint Great Liao. He had told Lan and wanted to ask Yu Xian to help, but Yu Xian had ignored him, so he could only do it himself. During these 2 years, Xiao had racked his brains for a way to move Lu Yin, but in the end he decided to meet Lu Yin first. If there was no other way, he would have to seek out the Wisdom Void Domain and ask Elder Yu for help. Saint Great Liao? You still haven't found him? Lu Yin's gaze was strange. He knew that the 7 great powers did not communicate with each other, but the gap between them was too great. Elder Yu had guessed that Lu Yin had joined forces with the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin had admitted it. However, the intent still didn't know anything and still wanted to find Saint Great Liao. Or was he sent by Elder Yu to test Lu Yin? He wanted to see what Lu Yin was thinking. Should he join forces with the spiritualized universe to restart the consciousness universe, or join forces with the consciousness universe to resist the spiritualized universe? However, Xiao seemed to be in a difficult position. It didn't seem like it. Xiao was helpless. The intent has searched the entire spiritualized universe, but I still can't find Saint Great Liao. I hope Lu Sangtian can give me some pointers. Luyin found this funny. How could he be in the spiritualized universe? Xianxia was stunned. Where is he? Luyin did not answer. Xianxia's eyes flickered and he gritted his teeth. 2 years ago Lu Sangtian sent someone to the intent to gather resources. At that time the intent did not have any resources, so I could only disappoint him. Over the past 2 years, the intent has tried its best to gather resources. If you don't mind, please accept them. He then handed over a cosmic ring. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, there was still the spirit seed. He had not dealt with the spirit seed that he had gathered 2 years ago, and he did not know where he had left it. He could not destroy it. If he destroyed it, it would appear in the spiritualized universe, so he could only keep it here. Now someone had sent him another spirit seed. He reluctantly accepted it. You're sensible. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin expectantly, waiting for Lu Yin to continue. Lu Yin pointed up. Xianxia was confused. What do you mean? Lu Yin said, Saint Great Liao committed such a grave crime, so of course he would not remain in the spiritualized universe. He must be in a parallel universe. Think about it, parallel universes are endless, and no matter how high your cultivation is, you will not be able to find him, right? Xianxia stared at Lu Yin in a daze, and an invisible rage surged within him. If not for the fact that he could not defeat Lu Yin, he would have attacked him. He had thought that this person would give him some clues, but this person was just toying with him. What? You still haven't figured it out? Lu Yin raised his brows in disdain. Be careful that your consciousness cultivation doesn't make you stupid. Go look for clues on your own and see if there are any clues left behind in the Dali domain. Do you still need me to teach you that? Xianxia suppressed his anger and tried his best not to let Lu Yin see through him. May I ask if Lu Sangtian has any clues? Of course not, Lu Yin replied bluntly. Xianxia was furious, but he could only suppress his anger. If that's the case, I'll leave first. Lu Yin grunted. Go on. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Xianxia turned around and left with a gloomy expression. After he left, many people on the boundless star laughed. They naturally did not treat spiritualized cultivators well. The star-toad's smile was exceptionally bright, but not long after, it flew into a rage because it had received news that Miao Huang had fled. That old man had stolen a battleship and left the spiritualized universe. It seemed that he was going to the consciousness universe, and he had even said that he would contribute to the spiritualized universe. Because of this, Heaven's hand had directly erased him from the Black Spirit list. Those who could fight for the spiritualized universe were all people who had contributed greatly. The star-toad was furious and it stomped its feet. Shameless. That shameless old man. He's hiding from me. Shameless. Su Wangtian gloated. I already said that old man wasn't reliable. Not only did he run away to avoid you, but he also removed himself from the Black Spirit list. How ruthless. Now that I think about it, his smile back then was really bright. The star-toad could only curse, but there was nothing it could do. After all, the boundless star had been sealed without any warning, and Miao Huang had been extremely decisive in his escape. He must have thought of running away at that time. 2 years was a very short time, and before the spiritualized universe could recover from the silence of the boundless star, the boulder's foundation had been struck. The cultivators of the 36 domains found their own places to listen quietly. Many of them were filled with anticipation and excitement, especially those who could spirit molt at any time. They had been waiting for this moment. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Chapter 3567. At this moment, the number of spirit molts was the highest since the last boulder discussion. Even if some people did not reach the level of spirit molting, they would try their best to do so in the next 2 years. Various cultivators, sects, and clans had made countless preparations for this moment. The boulder's foundation was in the Wisdom Sky region. The first person to ring it was a progenitor. The lower the realm of the person discussing, the more helpful it would be for the cultivators with lower cultivation. However, the lowest level that could ring the boulder's foundation was the progenitor. Cultivators below that could not even get close to the boulder's foundation, let alone ring it. Since ancient times, those who could help low-level cultivators molt were either progenitors or sequence law experts. If it was a primordial realm expert discussing, It would be of no help to low-level cultivators. The boulder's foundation was shaped like a millstone, as if it wanted to crush the sky. Could be big or small. An old man stepped into the sky and arrived outside the boulder's foundation. His gaze was complicated, filled with excitement and emotion. I never thought that there would be a day where I would be fortunate enough to die while discussing the Tao. It was not in vain for me to drag my broken body to live until now. I am Zhao Lingbo. I hope that the martial arts of the spiritualized universe will prosper for millions of years. I hope that my descendants will shine through the ages. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Clang. A loud sound reverberated in the calm starry sky. Accompanying it was Zhao Lingbo's glowing body. Specks of light floated from his body, sprinkling down along with the sound to everyone who was listening. At this moment, countless cultivators bowed deeply. They were filled with gratitude and gained a mental state. In the 36th region, in the Bo-Fan region, all the cultivators of a clan knelt on the ground. Farewell, progenitor. Farewell, progenitor. Farewell, progenitor. Dying while discussing the Tao was the most glorious thing in the spiritualized universe. It was comparable to dying for the Sequence Law Foundation. In the Wisdom Sky region, Old Yu looked up. Zhao Lingbo once had unparalleled talent and competed with many heroes. Unfortunately, he was not fated to reach the spiritual realm and was unable to comprehend the sequence law. Even so, this person could still fight against spiritual realm experts. He was a rare genius in the spiritualized universe, which was why he could ring the boulder's foundation. If this person could reach the spiritual realm, he would definitely have a chance to climb onto the whitelist. What a pity. However, every time the Rock of the Rock discussed the Great Path, there would definitely be elites of this level who would be sacrificed. To them it was an honor. To the countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe, it was a chance for them to improve. Above the boundless boundary, Lu Tianyi and the others spread out and listened quietly. Lu Yin stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back as he looked in the direction of the Wisdom Sky domain. Zhao Lingbo. Although the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe were enemies, there was no lack of people who were worthy of respect. These people had dedicated their lives to their homeworlds. There were many of them. Within Hell's general appointing platform, there were others like Zhao Lingbo, such as Reverend Qi, who had dedicated his entire life to the spiritualized universe and was also worthy of its respect. However, Lu Yin would not show mercy since they were his enemies. Give them a dignified death, and he hoped that some of them would be willing to give Wu Jiang a dignified death. As the boulder's foundation continued to ring, Zhao Lingbo's body grew dimmer until it was almost transparent. He opened his eyes and looked back at his life. Cultivators from the 36 filaments were excited. They tried to shed their spirit. This is Senior Zhao's cultivation realm. I was wrong, but it's not too late to change. Thank you, Senior Zhao. Spiritualization. I got spiritualization. Son, you got a spiritualization innate gift. Yes, mother. I never thought that I would be able to shed my spirit and obtain an innate gift. From now on, I'll reach the heavens in a single step. That's great. Light incense for your father and tell him that our son has finally made a name for himself. Right, thank you, Senior Zhao. Thank you, Senior Zhao. Many cultivators knelt down in gratitude. Zhao Lingbo had helped many people. When his body completely faded and disappeared, he smiled. Countless cultivators knelt down to send him off. Elder Yu exhaled and looked in a direction. There an old woman walked out. She stepped into the sky and approached the boulder's foundation. 1 foot of blood swallow. I hope that the future generations will reach 100 levels of enlightenment. As she spoke, she knocked on the boulder's foundation. Some cultivators exclaimed, Madam Blood Swallow, she's still alive? What, Madam Blood Swallow? Didn't they say that she died in the consciousness universe? Madam Blood Swallow was a peerless talent. She once cultivated to the spirit cultivation realm, but due to an accident she completely lost the sequence. But with 1 foot of Blood Swallow, she defeated many spirit cultivation realm experts. That's great. Senior Zhao's path is not suitable for me. I want to see Senior Blood Swallow's path clearly. We thank Senior Blood Swallow for helping us. Thank you, Senior. Countless voices converged. The old woman smiled and sat cross-legged. Her body gradually faded, and light scattered over the 36 filaments along with her voice. Every cultivator's path was different. A high realm did not mean that it was suitable for others. Zhao Lingbo's path helped some people, but most cultivators were not compatible with it. It depended on how many people there were. The Boulder's Dao discussion was sacrificing oneself to help others. It could increase the realm of a large number of cultivators. It was not that the spiritualized universe did not want to have frequent Dao discussions, but there were not that many cultivators near the end of their lifespans. Dao discussions were only held to celebrate Xianxia's birth or when there were too many cultivators near the end of their lifespans. This time, countless cultivators were eager to have more people to discuss Dao discussions. The more people there were, the more likely it was that they would be compatible with their path and help them increase their realm, break through bottlenecks or even awaken talents or weapons. More and more cultivators were compatible with the path of the Dao discussion. They were trying to break through, comprehend and find new directions. However, compared to the majority of cultivators in the 36 filaments who were listening to the Dao discussion, the number of those cultivators was still pitifully small. In the past, there were at most 3 people who were at the spirit ancestor level. It was not that there were no spirit ancestors who wanted to discuss Dao discussions, but there were too few spirit ancestors who were qualified to knock on the boulder's foundation. What was the purpose of cultivators embarking on this path? Naturally, it was to continue cultivating. Although some spirit ancestors were near the end of their lifespans, they might not be willing to die during the Dao discussion. They also wanted to try and listen to the Dao discussion of the spirit ancestor level. They might be able to break through, although the possibility was very small. Madame Bloodswallow completely disappeared from the spiritualized universe. The third person who walked out was a spirit ancestor who looked young but was also near the end of his lifespan. He also caused waves of exclamations. Any cultivator who could knock on the boulder's foundation would not be unknown. As this spirit ancestor disappeared from the universe, many low-level cultivators sighed. The 3 spirit ancestors who died during the Dao discussion were not compatible with their path. They had reached the end of the Dao discussion this time. However, soon after the 4th person walked out. The 16 filaments were in an uproar. It's still the spirit ancestor. I don't know him at all. Does anyone know this senior? I don't know him. I've never seen him before. I have no impression of him at all. How can no one know a senior who is qualified to knock on the boulder's foundation? Even some spirit ancestors and spirit ancestor experts were confused. Who is this person? Let me ask young Master Yu from Zhikong region. I really don't know this person. Regardless of his appearance, gaze, form or aura, I don't have any impression of him. Strange. Facing the boulder's foundation, the 4th spirit ancestor expert who walked outside. I didn't expect that one day I would stand here and be the center of attention. I'm really not used to it. I am the 100 Faces old man. Everyone long time no see. Ha. Countless cultivators who heard this person's words were stunned. The 100 Faces old man? He is the 100 Faces old man? That shameless bastard? The only cultivator who entered the Black Spirit list as a spirit ancestor is him. It's actually him. He is actually willing to die during the Dao discussion. In a corner of the boundless territory, Old Tao stood up in surprise. It's actually him. Almost everyone in the boundless territory was listening to the boulder's Dao discussion. Even though the spirit ancestor's path might not be suitable for them, there was no harm in listening. Needless to say, there were indeed people who comprehended something. Other than the spiritualized universe cultivators who joined the boundless territory, even the users of the black energy source had an epiphany and helped them. Old Tao was also listening to the boulder's Dao discussion, but he was shocked at this moment. Lu Yin stood at the bow of the boundless territory, and when he heard Old Tao's words, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Old Tao. Old Tao explained to Lu Yin, the 100 Faces old man is a legend in the spiritualized universe. His cultivation is not high, but he received help from a certain expert in his early years to cover his face. This makes it so that most people in the spiritualized universe cannot see him clearly. However, this person's favorite pastime is to explore the path of cultivation. He has cultivated many battle techniques and cultivation techniques. Generally speaking, cultivators focus on one path. Even if they are exceptionally talented, they would not cultivate too much. This person is different. He does not seek to increase his cultivation, but rather to explore various battle techniques. Whether others are willing or not, he will do everything he can to obtain them. Over time he used various methods to obtain many battle techniques, but at the same time he was hunted down by many powers. Almost half of the powers in the 36 filaments hated him. Fortunately, he only offended small powers that were far from the 7 major powers. Even so, he was still able to enter the Black Spirit list and become the only spirit ancestor on the list. He is also at the bottom of the list. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Was that so? The 100 Faces old man reminded him of the 100 Faces Hades. Why was this person's actions similar to Lu Yin's? Lu Yin was most adept at disguising himself and infiltrating various powers to sow discord and gain some benefits along the way. He relied on the Dai's 6 pips to fuse into his memories, and many times he was flawless. This left many people in the Tianyuan universe with a shadow in their hearts. Compared to him, the 100 Faces old man was slightly better. I didn't expect that this person would die in a Dao debate. Looks like he has reached the end of his path. Old Tao sighed. Instead of cultivating 100 techniques, it's better to focus on one path. Not everyone is like the head, who has the talent of a god and can reach the end of every path. Compared to the head, this 100-faced old man is nothing. The head's divine might is matchless and invincible. Lu Yin left and returned to the bow of the boundless territory. Old Tao's flattery was automatically ignored. Chapter 3568. This 100-faced old man was willing to die during the Dao debate. He explored the path of cultivation out of interest. However, if he died during the Dao debate, it might help a lot of people. After all, he had cultivated too much. I can make a move and use the red dust to cover his path. Crazy Dean Xiaochen's voice rang out, and old Tao's words were heard by everyone on the limitless plains. If Lu Yin could imagine that this 100-face elder's death during a Dao debate would help many people, then so could they. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. There's no need. If I follow someone else's path, I won't be able to reach the end no matter how far I walk. As long as I don't die, this spiritualized universe will never be able to raise its head again. He had mobilized the spirit seeds in order to reduce the number of future cultivators in the spiritualized universe as much as possible. This was just a small trick that Elder Yu did not care about, and it was the same for Lu Yin as well. It was impossible for him to treat this as a true three-universe strategy. Since the 100-faced old man was willing to die during the Dao discussion to fulfill someone else's wish, he wouldn't stop him. He still had this much magnanimity. If he died, there would be nothing left to talk about. The boundless universe would be tragic. If he did not die, even if the spiritualized universe surpassed the Tianyuan universe in terms of the number of eternal life realm experts in the future, they would not be able to trample on the Tianyuan universe. The eternal life realm experts might not necessarily have no difference in strength. The appearance of the 100-faced old man caused countless people to curse, but it quickly calmed down. Because the 100-faced old man was discussing the Dao, a person's death was like a lamp being extinguished, all grievances dissipated, not to mention that he died during a Dao discussion. The cultivators and factions who were initially hostile toward him calmed down and closed their eyes to listen to the conversation. The 100-faced old man's body faded away. Along with the sound of the boulder, he flew towards the 36 domains. Many cultivators were excited. The 100-faced old man had also learned their cultivation methods. Regardless of his character, he had mastered all kinds of cultivation methods and had reached the level of the spirit ancestor. He had a unique understanding of all kinds of cultivation methods. This person's path was compatible with theirs. Each and every one of the cultivators were excited. Their numbers far exceeded the 3 of them because they were compatible with the 100-faced elder. Once upon a time, the number of cultivation methods that the all-change old man had secretly learned was the same as the number of cultivators from the various powers that could match it. Those powers that had chased after the 100 faces old man were actually rejoicing, while those powers that didn't have their battle skills stolen were regretful. They had clearly rejoiced in other people's misfortune. This was life. If one wasn't careful, the tables would turn. In the Zhikong domain, Elder Yu watched this scene calmly. He hoped that after this discussion, the spiritualized universe would have an existence comparable to Master Lu in the future. The 100-faced elder's complete disappearance helped many cultivators. Cheers and excited sounds could be heard from every part of the 36 regions. Originally, they thought that after this person discussed the Dao, the next step would be to discuss the Dao and spiritual cultivation level experts. Unexpectedly, the fifth spirit ancestor walked out and continued to discuss the Tao. The spirit ancestor was quite famous and he was about the same level as Zhao Lingbo and the others. He was far from being comparable to the hundred-faced geezer, but his appearance caused countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe to sense that something was different. The path debate this time was very strange. The Zhikong domain seemed to have brought out all the cultivators who had participated in the second or even the third debate. Why? Couldn't be because there were two people who made Xianxia successful, right? In outer heaven, Xianxia looked at Zhikong territory. Are you feeling pressured? The Tianyuan universe isn't as weak as we think. The consciousness universe hasn't been conquered yet, and it won't be easy to conquer it. If we have another Tianyuan universe as our enemy, it will be even more difficult to make the spiritualized universe transcend. Besides, the fifth spirit ancestor died while discussing the Tao, followed by the sixth, seventh, and finally the ninth spirit ancestor died while discussing the Tao. It was over. 3 times. The number of spirit ancestors who died while discussing the Tao was 3 times higher than before. It had helped too many cultivators, but it was also equivalent to sacrificing 9 spirit progenitors who were qualified and capable of striking the boulder foundation. Fortunately, these spirit progenitors were all nearing the end of their lifespans. They deserved respect, but it wasn't a pity. Above Boundless, Bian Xiaoxiao broke through, as did Geniuses and Yu Block. Among the cultivators in the Tianyuan universe, there were several hundred people who broke through out of the 5,000 soldiers of the Tianyuan army. If this ratio was placed in the 36 filaments, it would be terrifying, but Lu Yi knew that the 36 filaments wouldn't have such a high ratio. Those who were qualified to join the Tianyuan army were all talented individuals, and they couldn't be used to measure all the cultivators in the 36 filaments. Lu Yin had given the foolish old man a condition. Above Boundless, everyone aside from the spirit primes would advance by 1 realm, including the Tianyuan army, the users of the black energy source, the Calamity expedition, and so on. These people could advance easily, and it was only a matter of time. The greatest difficulty lay in the progenitor realm and the sequence of laws. It all depended on the foolish old man's price. Next up are the sequence of laws, Yu Shan spoke up from nearby. After Boundless had been sealed, he had been released to occasionally assist Lu Yin in comprehending the 9 heavens change. The karma of the commander appointing platform seemed to age him by 10 years, and he looked at Lu Yin with an indescribable fear. Actually, he regretted it. Compared to dying at Yu Xianxia's hands, this person could make him suffer a fate worse than death. It's time. Continue, Lu Yin said, releasing the starry sky in his heart and allowing Yu Shan to enter the commander appointing platform. Yu Shan's originally cold and handsome face was now filled with helplessness and despair. Lu Xianxian, you really can't learn it. You need Yu Xianxian to open the 9 heavens, and with your strength, there's no need to worry about the 9 heavens change. What's the point? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yin had already tossed him into the commander appointing platform. He didn't believe that he couldn't master the 9 heavens change. Karma kept reappearing and he already had an idea. Right, the spirit seeds. He had almost forgotten. He still felt uneasy leaving the spirit seeds in Boundless, so Lu Yin expanded the starry sky in his heart and absorbed all of the spirit seeds. Wait, where are the spirit seeds from before? Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the starry sky in his heart. If he didn't remember wrongly, the Sima Enterprise had given him 1 trillion spirit seeds and left them on the land. Where did they go? What replaced them was a palm-sized liquid. Lu Yin stared at the liquid. Could this be a spirit seed? He had never heard of such a thing. How could a spirit seed turn into liquid? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he brought Yu Shan out of the commander appointing platform. Yu Shan panted heavily, feeling a lingering fear. He felt that his emotions were numb. Let me ask you, will a spirit seed turn into liquid? Lu Yin stared at him with a burning gaze. Yu Shan was confused. Liquid? Of course not. When a spirit seed enters the body, it will either shatter or replace the physical body with cultivation, followed by a spirit molt. Regardless of whether the spirit molt is a human or a beast, it is a combination of the spirit seed, the human body, and the cultivation strength. Even the innate gifts and weapons obtained from the spirit molt come from the cultivation of the spirit seed. Where would the liquid come from? Lu Yin frowned. What about before the spirit seed enters the body? Yu Shan said, it's a spirit seed. It won't change and it won't turn into liquid. Even if it shatters, it will only dissipate just like those who died during the Tao debate. They will turn into specks of light and disappear. If a spirit seed turns into liquid, and it's not just one spirit seed but many. If a spirit seed turns into liquid, what would happen? Lu Yin continued asking. He felt that he had touched something, but he didn't know what it was. Was it important? He didn't know either. Zhou Xian's gaze changed. Where did you see it? I'm asking you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Zhou Xian's face turned pale. I don't know. No one has ever considered this before. This question is like you asking me why the universe isn't liquid. How can there be such a question? Lu Yin stared at Zhou Xian. The question he asked was beyond the common knowledge of the spiritualized universe people. He came from the Tianyuan universe and had countless guesses about the spirit seed. But to the spiritualized universe people, a spirit seed was a spirit seed. It was a spirit seed in the beginning, and it was the power of the spirit molt when it entered the body. Other than that, there was nothing else. Just like the spiritualized universe people who went to the origin space, they would also be curious about the existence of the origin calamity. Actually, other than the origin space, people from the origin space were also curious about it. They didn't understand this common knowledge of the origin space. It was too difficult for someone to explain this common knowledge. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. If the spirit seed turns into liquid, does that mean all the spiritualized universe cultivators can't use it? Zhou Xian sighed. He was speechless. So that's your plan. If it can really turn into liquid, then it's true. Otherwise, even if you snatch all the spirit seeds from the spiritualized universe and destroy them, they will still appear. If you don't destroy them, they will be snatched by the spiritualized universe in the end. But it's impossible to turn a spirit seed into liquid. No one is researching it now. Actually, a long time ago there would always be people researching spirit seeds. Everyone knows the results. They couldn't find anything. But at that time there were many people who were curious about it. Now this curiosity has been erased. There's no need to research it and it's impossible to do it. Lu Yin pushed Zhou Xian into the general appointment platform again. He looked at the starland in his heart. That liquid was definitely a spirit seed. But why? If the spiritualized universe people couldn't do it, how did he do it? He didn't do anything. He just threw it here to prevent the spiritualized universe people from snatching it away. Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he looked at the star in his heart. In the Intel Sky domain, the first sequence law powerhouse arrived in front of the boulder's foundation. His face was weathered and his gaze was calm. He looked in a certain direction with nostalgia, but he didn't say anything. He sat down cross-legged and began to discuss the Tao. The low-level cultivators were speechless as they didn't recognize this person. Sequence law powerhouses could live for a long time, and those who came to discuss the Tao were all nearing the end of their lifespans. This person's seniority far surpassed the low-level cultivators. Some of the spirit progenitors and other sequence law powerhouses recognized him. It's old ghost Feng Zhong. It's no surprise. Senior Feng Zhong is nearing the end of his lifespan. I guess that he would appear before the discussion to pave the way for the future generations. It looks like the Feng Zhong clan will be given preferential treatment by the Intel Sky domain. Be polite when you meet them in the future. Farewell, old friend. The commotion caused by a sequence law powerhouse's discussion was far greater than that of the spirit progenitors. However, the commotion in the 36 filaments was much smaller. Those who could be affected by a sequence law powerhouse's discussion were almost all at the level of the spirit progenitors. Even the weakest were at least at the level of a spirit battle master. Such people rarely gathered together, and they all looked for quiet places to cultivate. Even if they gained enlightenment, they wouldn't be too excited. Chapter 3569. The Tao debate between sequence law's powerhouses was rather awkward for Boundless. The people on Boundless were either from the Heaven Yuan army or the users of the black energy source. Those who had not reached the progenitor realm could be affected by the spirit progenitor's Tao debate. This included geniuses like Yu Dian who had joined the Dayu Villa. They were all affected by the spirit progenitor's Tao debate, and the sequence law's powerhouses were too far away for them. Others were like Chu Yi or Su Wangtian who were at the same level as them. They would not be affected by sequence law's powerhouses' Tao debate. 2K Thus, this level of Tao debate did not have much meaning for Boundless. There were a few in Second Fate who had not reached the sequence law's level, and they listened attentively. There was also Crazy Dean Xiaoqin, But he walked the path of the mortal world and other people's paths did not suit him. Below Boundless Deck, Silver looked up and listened quietly. His lips curled into a sly smile. How interesting, a spiritualized universe. One sequence law powerhouse dissipated and a second walked out, followed by a third, a fourth and a fifth. Every sequence law powerhouse caused many to sigh and reminisce about the past. The sacrifice of 5 sequence law powerhouses would create many more progenitors, and perhaps even more sequence law powerhouses. Above Boundless, a sequence particle surged out from a corner, attracting Lu Yin and the others' attention. Someone had broken through from the progenitor realm to the sequence laws level. 5 people sat in the corner. It was Second Fate. At this moment the other 4 looked at him with joy. Gongzi, you've finally broken through. Congratulations, bro. Congratulations. Second Fate was excited. This is the Devouring Sequence Law, and it's ranked 16th in the spiritualized universe. It's very compatible with my innate gift, and it's all thanks to that old man. He was referring to the 3rd sequence law powerhouse who had died during the Dao debate. He had also cultivated the Devouring Sequence Law and his body was extremely powerful. This person had given him the inspiration to break through. At the bow of Boundless, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Had they broken through? That was good. It was good that everyone had broken through. He stored all of the spirit seeds into the planet in his heart, but he could not understand it. Since spirit seeds could be turned into liquid, then he would have to change his way of thinking. In the past, gathering spirit seeds to limit the number of cultivators in the spiritualized universe had been a small trick. Now, however, it was a strategy. If he could gather all of the spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe and turn them into liquid, then no matter what the reason, the spiritualized universe would lose all of its spirit seeds. In the future, even if there were more eternal realms than the heavens universe, they would still have to rebuild. If there was a high point, there would be a low point. Since Yu Lao and Yu Sangtian both thought that he was being childish by collecting spirit seeds, then he would let them see whether or not it was true. But now, the starry sky around Lu Yin's heart expanded, enveloping the entire 100-herb domain. No matter who broke through in the boundless domain, even if it was the primordial realm, it would not raise the attention of the outside world. In this transaction, Old Yu had given Wu Jiang the opportunity to level up by obtaining information about the Great Grass Grandmaster. In fact, he didn't care about the level up of the people on Wu Jiang at all. How many experts could there be? 10. There were at most 10 of them. To him it was only around a dozen primordial realm experts. That was a very small number in the spiritualized universe. But to the Tianyuan universe, it was a terrifying number. Foolish old man knew, but the spiritualized universe didn't. Once limitless strength transformed and he appeared in front of the spiritualized universe again, Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing how much of a shock he would bring. These people on the limitless island were not simple, or else they would not have been qualified to be brought here by Lu Yin. Some people's improvement would make Yu Lao regret it. After the sequence law realm was the spirit prime realm. Countless cultivators in the 36 domains looked at the Zhikong domain, waiting for the spiritual primes to appear. Any spiritual prime realm expert was a peak expert. After all, most of the masters in the 36 domains were only at the sequence law realm. In the Zhikong domain, Old Yu exhaled, "Go, old friend. You've been waiting for this day for a long time." Not far away, a person walked out from the shadows and glanced at Old Yu. "Actually, I'd rather die in the next debate. I can still live." Old Yu laughed and did not reply. The person sighed and stepped into the sky, appearing in front of the boulder foundation with a complicated expression. "I can still live if I grit my teeth." When this person appeared, his voice spread throughout the 36 domains. Many experts stood up in shock. The commander of the intent domain. Zhou Xian and the others were shocked. How could he still be alive? Qi Yuan was from the Qi family of the intent domain, and he was Qi Gong's grandfather. He had been the commander of many expeditions into the consciousness domain, leading all the experts who cultivated the Tao of consciousness. He had brought great disasters to the consciousness domain, and he was also the first person to spiritualize the consciousness domain after Qi Zun's death. However, Qi Yuan had died a long time ago in the consciousness universe. He had perished together with one of the 13 celestial phenomenon Night Dream. In that battle, the 13 celestial phenomenon Night Dream had failed to escape in order to kill Qi Yuan. Since then, Night Dream and Qi Yuan had completely disappeared. The Qi family had also lost a commander. Otherwise, if Qi Yuan was still alive, Xianxia would not have dared to act rashly before the Crusader alliance appeared. He had never imagined that Qi Yuan was actually still alive. If he was still alive, why hadn't he appeared? The Crusader alliance had been formed and the Qi family had been suppressed. The third master had killed his way into the intent domain and destroyed the Qi family, but Qi Yuan had not appeared. At that time, no one had thought of Qi Yuan because he had been confirmed dead even more than Qi Zun. How could he still be alive? Above the boundless boundary, Lu Yin heard old Tao's introduction and raised an eyebrow. Was he still alive? He had actually not helped the Qi family at all. This person was a spiritual prime. Even if he had acted, it would have been useless, but he would not have just watched the Qi family be destroyed. In front of the boulder foundation, Qi Yuan knocked on it and sighed. His voice rang out. People will see past everything after experiencing some things. Fame, status, cultivation, nothing is more important than being ordinary. The expedition to the consciousness domain was the most glorious moment of my life, but it was also the most tiring moment. Rather than calling me a primordial realm expert, it would be better to call me half a bitter disaster. The current me is no longer the me of the past. I've been glorious and I've been ordinary. Before I die, I'll be glorious once more. Everyone, especially those who cultivate the Tao of consciousness, if you can reach the peak, please give me some face and help the Qi family. I don't ask to return to the peak just to be able to continue. I thought that I had already let go of my family, but I'm still worried about my family even before I die. No one can blame the Qi family for this. If I could live another life, I'd rather be an ordinary person farming from dawn to dusk. A short 100 years of being ordinary is more reassuring than billions of years of glory. After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged as his body continued to fade. There's something else I need to say. Yimeng shouldn't be dead. After all, I'm not dead either. Don't underestimate the 13 celestial phenomena, and don't underestimate the consciousness domain either. They aren't humans, and humans have both good and evil. Goodbye, everyone. Qi Yuan's words lingered in everyone's ears. Lu Yin stood on Boundless and looked into the distance. Is there neither good nor evil? In the distance, the ancestor's expression was gloomy. Qi Yuan was still trying to sow discord even before his death, wanting the Tianyuan universe to view the consciousness domain as an enemy. What a bastard. As the commander of the expedition to the consciousness domain and the first person to spiritualize the consciousness domain's consciousness, Qi Yuan's words had a huge impact on the spiritualized cultivators. Coupled with the existing hatred, many cultivators from the spiritualized universe had died in the consciousness domain regardless of whether or not the consciousness domain was forced to fight. This hatred had been passed down, causing the spiritualized universe's hostility towards the consciousness domain to skyrocket. Lu Yin frowned. He had never underestimated the consciousness domain. Humans had both good and evil, and consciousness was the same. However, if it was as Qi Yuan had said and consciousness life forms had neither good nor evil, then that was even more terrifying. Qi Yuan sat in front of the boulder foundation and knocked on it. His body faded as he spiritualized. In the intent domain, the Qi family's people shouted and begged Qi Yuan not to discuss the Tao and to return to the Qi family to take charge of the situation. Qi Gong had been taken to beyond heaven and would never return. The Qi family no longer had a powerhouse to support them, and the alliance no longer cared about them. However, Qi Yuan still continued to discuss the Tao. These motes of light scattered over the 36 filaments, and Lu Yin heard them and comprehended them. His eyes flashed and he took a step out of the 100 herb domain. He looked at the intelligible domain and closed his eyes. The next moment, the motes of light that had originally covered the 36 filaments moved towards the 100 herb domain, as if they were being drawn into a whirlpool of light. Many people saw this and were furious. They cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Yu Lao shook his head. This Master Lu had no sense of shame at all. He wanted to monopolize Qi Yuan's comprehension of the Tao of consciousness with his own strength. In the past, there had been many powerhouses who had been able to do such a thing, but no one had done so as it was too unsightly. Cultivators also cared about their reputation, and the fact that someone had died while discussing the Tao was already a great contribution. If Lu Yin still wanted to snatch it away, he would be despised by everyone. However, this Lu Sangtian did not care. He was an invincible spiritualized cultivator, and he was also from the Tianyuan universe. He was rejected by the entire spiritualized universe and he did not care about anything else. Qi Yuan looked in the direction of the 100-herb domain. Lu Sangtian? Lu Yin opened his eyes and did not reply. The Qi family brought this upon themselves and I have nothing to say. However, can I ask Lu Sangtian to give the Qi family a chance to continue on for the sake of this one's discussion of the Tao? Qi Yuan's voice rang out. Lu Yin said coldly, I don't need to care about the life and death of ants. Qi Yuan nodded. Thank you. Before long, Qi Yuan's body completely dissipated. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and his eyes widened as his consciousness whistled out. At this moment his consciousness was extremely pure. If he were to fight against Wu Wei again he would not be at a disadvantage with just his consciousness alone. His consciousness had reached the true cosmic realm and not the impure cosmic realm from before. With his current consciousness, whether it was the Great Sky Split Disc or any other consciousness battle technique, they would all be easily grasped. At this moment, Lu Yin thought of Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven. That strike had left a deep impression on him. Qi Yuan had died while discussing the Tao and a second primordial realm powerhouse had appeared. He was not recognized by the low-level cultivators, but it had shaken up the progenitors and sequence realm powerhouses. Compared to Qi Yuan, this primordial realm powerhouse was much more normal. His discussion of the Tao would also help normal cultivators. Chapter 3570. Lu Yin returned to the boundless region and saw the primogenitor. Senior, you're out? The primogenitor looked at him and nodded. Such a huge commotion, I should go and take a look. Many cultivators in the 36 domains were moved by the primordial realm's Tao discussion, including those in the boundless region. Lu Tiany's aura fluctuated as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Wangtian's aura also began to change. The primogenitor sighed, one step behind, one step behind. The spiritualized universe's unified cultivation method, the distribution of resources, and the Tao discussion of the monolith's Tao. No wonder the Tianyuan universe is so much weaker than them. Lu Yin comforted, that's because the humans of the Tianyuan universe appeared later. If they were a step earlier, the spiritualized universe would be weaker. No matter what, the Tianyuan universe will surpass the spiritualized universe in the future. Who decided the future? The primogenitor suddenly asked. Lu Yin was startled and couldn't answer. That's right, who was the one who set the scale of the future? Just like who called it the Tianyuan universe? The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin. The so-called future is just a beautiful fantasy. If we were given time, if we could cultivate in peace, if everything went as we thought, we would definitely surpass the spiritualized universe and become the strongest of the three universes. Unfortunately, the word, if, was wrong from the beginning. Lu Yin's expression was heavy. If there are no ifs, how can we talk about the future? The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin and smiled after a while. Zhuzi, only you are suitable to lead the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin shook his head. Just don't call me Zhuzi. Haha, are you finally going to accept the name Godan? Zhuzi, it's more pleasing to the ear. Don't worry about the name. Speaking of names, Yu Sangtian's name is really tasteless. Change of the Nine Heavens? That's a terrible name. Come, let's study it. The primogenitor was very enthusiastic. He had come out of seclusion for the monolith's Tao discussion and also for the change of the Nine Heavens. Previously, Lu Yin had given the comprehension of change of the Nine Heavens to the primogenitor and asked him to study it. It seemed like the primogenitor had found something. However, how was the change of the Nine Heavens a terrible name? Lu Yin glanced at the primogenitor. How would the primogenitor name it? After a primordial realm expert's discussion, another primordial realm expert emerged. When the fourth primordial realm expert died, something happened on the boundless. Su Wangtian had caught up, using the slipper to create the primordial realm. With a single breath he had reached the primordial realm. Afterwards, Lu Tianyi used the laws of the sequence of destruction to create the primordial realm. Lu Yin was overjoyed when the two of them reached the primordial realm. That was not the end of it. Luo Shan reached the primordial realm right after that, which surprised Lu Yin. However, this wasn't too surprising. Luo Shan's seniority was ancient, and could be traced back to the era of above heaven. After all, Void Master was friends with Wu Tian, so Luo Shan wouldn't be too far behind. Among them, Su Wangtian was the oldest, followed by Lu Tianyi and Luo Shan. It made sense for them to break through to the primordial realm one after another. Fortunately, the 100 Herb region had been sealed off in advance. Otherwise, if this news spread, the spiritualized universe would be shaken. There were also people who had broken through to the spiritual prime realm in the 36 regions. No one knew how many there were, but no matter what, it was still more shocking than 3 primordial realm experts breaking through at once on the boundless continent. The primordial realm discussion ended with the 4 of them. Next was the bitter calamity realm expert. The boulder's foundation slowly rotated. In the past, only 1 primordial realm expert and 1 bitter calamity realm expert would die during the discussion. However, this time the number was several times greater than before. There were 4 primordial realm experts and perhaps 2 or more bitter calamity realm experts. Countless people looked forward to seeing just which old fellows were still alive. Some clans and sects were uneasy. Would their ancestors still be alive? In the Wisdom Sky region, Elder Yu stared at the boulder's foundation in a daze, waiting quietly. He was in no hurry. The 36 regions were all waiting. The boundless continent was waiting as well. Lu Yin and the primogenitor began to work together to divine the changes in the 9 heavens. From time to time he would suppress Zhou Xian into the general appointment platform and observe in the direction of the divination. Very soon 10 days passed. The bitter calamity realm expert had yet to appear, and the boulder's foundation had yet to fall. The discussion continued. The spiritualized cultivators were not in a hurry. This had happened in the past as well. Some old fellows would make some preparations before their deaths. Perhaps it was to make arrangements for their deaths, or perhaps it was to reorganize their comprehensions so that the value of the discussion could be maximized. The longest they had waited was after Meng Sangtian had become Sangtian. During that boulder's discussion, the bitter calamity realm expert had waited for 2 whole years. 2 years was not a long time for cultivators. Another half a month passed and Zhou Xian's life was worse than death. He regretted relying on the boundless continent to survive more and more. These people from the Heaven's Origin universe were even more terrifying than Yu Sangtian. They had actually thought of using this method to divine the changes in the 9 heavens. Even Yu Sangtian had not thought of this. A month later, the primogenitor and Lu Yin looked at each other in pleasant surprise. We finally managed to divine it. With our combined strength, the changes in the 9 heavens really is Yu Sangtian's ultimate technique. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. He and the primogenitor both represented the pinnacle of the Heaven's Origin universe. One of them had cultivated extensively and dabbled in everything, while the other had cultivated for the longest time and had the most experience. Any battle technique could be seen through in an instant. However, the changes in the 9 heavens had taken up a lot of their time. Furthermore, they had relied on karma to make Zhou Xian cultivate again. If not for this, they would not have been able to divine it even if they worked together. We're still 1 step away, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Split the 9 heavens. No one can split the 9 heavens for us. We can only do it ourselves. Zhou Xian was shocked. You guys can really split the 9 heavens on your own? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. With our strength we can't even do it with Yu Sangtian. This battle technique needs to be cultivated from a weak point. Otherwise we can only learn it first and split the 9 heavens on our own. Thank you, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian did not know what to say. The changes in the 9 heavens were something that only he and Yu Sangtian knew. How long had it been, and now there were 2 more people who knew it. No, he looked at the boundless continent. It was not just the 2 of them. These people could all learn it in the end. Zhou Xian's guess was right. Lu Yin and the primogenitor both had the same idea. When they really learned the changes in the 9 heavens they would teach it to others. This battle technique was very powerful. Lu Yin had another idea. Since the changes in the 9 heavens only had Yu Sangtian then. Not long after, in Zhikong domain, Zhou Xian opened his eyes and looked up. 3 figures appeared under the boulder foundation. They were finally here. 3 people, 3 bitter adversity experts appeared at the same time and discussed the Tao with the boulder foundation. This scene was like a storm that swept across the spiritualized universe and shocked everyone. 3 bitter adversity experts? How is this possible? 3. Did I hear wrongly? This has never happened before. No one would have thought that 3 bitter adversity experts would appear at the same time. They faced the boulder foundation and sat in a triangle facing each other. They raised their hands and connected their palms as they slowly rotated. Xian's gaze was deep. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the boulder foundation. He looked down and saw the three bitter adversity experts whose palms were connected to each other. He exhaled, raised his hand and knocked on the boulder foundation. First, send off Gu Chongxing from the east, spiritualized before the eternal realm. Second, send off Ting from Xian Mountain who doesn't know you. Third, send off the lotus blooming under the chess game, buried in front of the boulder path. Yu Zhikong send off. The 36 domains were silent. Everyone looked into the distance as their minds buzzed. Above Wujiang, old Tao stood up in shock. Those three? Luyin was puzzled. Are they very famous? Old Tao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Throughout the history of the spiritualized universe, the Yu Sangtian was the strongest. The 7 great Sangtians were all extremely powerful. They used their peerless strength to suppress the spiritualized universe. Below them, no one could surpass them. However, there are always some people who have experienced some things and whose fame is not below them. Those 3 are such people. Yuan Qi's voice rang out. Gu Chongxing from the east pursued the eternal realm and almost became a demon. For this reason, he once said that if he could enter the eternal realm, he would not hesitate to restart the spiritualized universe. He was once an 8-star dark spirit. Compared to Miawu Huang, he was recorded in history for his vile and sinister nature. During that era, everyone wanted to kill him. He brought darkness to that era and caused endless deaths. When I went to the Tianyuan universe, he was still there. When I returned, there was no news of him at all. I asked around and found that he had already become history. However, because of his actions, there was a thick stroke in history, and the spiritualized universe would not forget it. I didn't expect him to still be alive and even be willing to die for the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. Was he willing to lay down his butcher's knife? Old Tao said, the Ting from the Xian Mountains. He held the Xian diagram in one hand and taught countless cultivators. He was the most respected expert in the spiritualized universe. No matter who it was, as long as they saw him, they would be able to obtain his teachings. He was an expert who had survived calamity. He had nurtured more than one expert who had comprehended the laws of sequence and even a primordial realm expert. It was rumored that even Bao Qi had been enlightened by him. People made statues of him and worshipped him. They yearned to see him and obtain his teachings. He was half a master in the hearts of countless people. Palace Mistress Yao's voice rang out. When the lotus blooms under the chess game, it refers to Goddess Yi, who was beautiful for a time. In this era, Qin Yun and I were known as the twin beauties of the outer sky. In a certain era, Goddess Yi reigned supreme in the universe. No other woman could compare to her. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also skilled at playing spiritual chess. She was the heavenly master of spiritual treasures of that era who could rival the plain master's way. Because of her talent, lotus blooms wherever she passes, stunning several eras. I never thought that she would still be alive. Rumor has it that she died a long time ago. Lu Yin looked into the distance. 3 old fellows had appeared all of a sudden and they were all so famous. The Zhikong realm had really gone all out. In the 36 filaments, anyone who heard the names of these 3 people would be shocked speechless. Whether it was low-level cultivators or experts, they had all heard of these 3 people. Even ordinary people had heard of them. They were famous people who had transcended their own eras. Whether it was fame or notoriety, their existences were like bright moons in the sky. It was impossible for people not to see them. Chapter 3571. Extreme Palace and Lawn were stunned. Those 3 were still alive. Gu Chongxing in particular should have been surrounded and killed. Before reaching the eternal life realm, he had spiritualized his will. Was he willing to die for spiritualizing the universe? Yu Sangtian clasped his hands behind his back with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect old Yu to find these 3 people. How many years had the spiritualized universe been passed down? He didn't even remember how many people were still alive. No one knew. In terms of foundation, the Zhikong region surpassed Yu Sangtian. However, Zhikong domain seemed to have some sort of plan for inviting the 3 of them to discuss the Tao at the same time. He looked in the direction of the 100 herb domain and said, "The Tao of my spiritualized universe is not that easy to walk." In the 36 domains, all the cultivators sat cross-legged and listened quietly. At this moment they were speechless. Foolish old man knocked on the boulder's foundation, and the light spots came out from the three people's bodies. They followed the sound and headed toward the 36 domains. The comprehension of cultivation, the experience of life, the feelings of one's homeland at this moment, all of it covered the 36 domains. This was the essence of a bitter calamity realm expert's life. At that moment, even Lu Yin had his eyes closed. He saw one scene after another and experienced all sorts of emotions. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Something's wrong. The primogenitor suddenly walked out with a serious expression. This isn't just a discussion of the Tao. It's also an enlightenment. Above Wujiang, all the cultivators were immersed in the Tao discussion. Some were struggling, some were in a dilemma. Even Su Wangtian and Luo Shan, who had just broken through, were frowning as if they were experiencing something. Lu Tianyi, Desolate God, and the others were all immersed in the Tao discussion. Their faces were getting paler and paler. Occasionally they would feel as if they had just gained an epiphany. Small book pavilion, the three of them crossed adversity. Based on their feelings, comprehension, and experiences towards the spiritualized universe, they enlightened the 36 domains. This is meaningless to the spiritualized universe's cultivators. They belong to the spiritualized universe, but it's different for us, the ancestor said in a deep voice. He waved his hand and the wordless heavenly tome appeared. Many names dimmed on it. Su Wangtian, Yi Luo, Second Fate, Luo Shan, and even Lu Tianyi and Chu Yi's names dimmed. It wasn't that they didn't have any feelings for the Tian Yuan cosmos, but rather that the three powerhouses who had survived bitter adversity were directly pressuring Lu Yin. It was as if three cosmic realm powerhouses had joined forces to pressure Lu Yin. Even with his cosmic realm consciousness, Lu Yin couldn't withstand it. It was no wonder that three bitter calamity stage experts had appeared in this Tao discussion, and they were all so famous. The greater one's fame, the deeper one's comprehension, and the greater one's affinity with the spiritualized universe. At this moment, even if Lu Yin blocked off the sound of the monolith's Tao discussion, it would still be useless. Even if they were being educated, they were still comprehending the experiences of the three bitter calamity realm powerhouses. For example, Yi Ruo could break through at any time, which was unimaginable in the Tianyuan universe. Where could he find three bitter calamity realm powerhouses who had died while discussing the Tao, sacrificing themselves for the sake of others? This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. If the 100 Herbs realm forcefully cut off this opportunity, then Elder Yu would not have to abide by the conditions. This was Lu Yin's own choice unless he acted shamelessly. Lu Yin had no qualms about whether or not he was acting shamelessly. However, it would be a pity for Yi Ro, the Desolate God, and the others to lose this opportunity. They had been resisting the teachings of the spiritualized universe, but in the face of the emotions of the three bitter calamity realm experts, it was difficult for them to resist. If there's really no other way, then let's sever the Tao discussion. Lu Yin sighed and then his gaze turned cold. If worse comes to worst, I'll just force the Wisdom Sky domain to have another monolith discourse. I have plenty of ways to deal with that. If that old man wants to play dirty with me, then I'll play with him. The primogenitor looked into the distance. If he can discuss the Tao and teach the spiritualized universe, then so can we. Lu Yin was stunned, but then he thought of something. The primogenitor's scripture? Senior, are you thinking of sacrificing yourself? The primogenitor was speechless. Of course not. As long as the voice of the primogenitor's scripture is transmitted, then it can interfere with the teachings of the three bitter calamity realm experts. However, it won't affect the outcome of them dying during the Tao debate. At the same time, it won't cut off this opportunity. Let's see if the spiritualized universe can stop me. Juzi, be careful of Xianxia. If worse comes to worst, then cut off the voice. The primogenitor then headed towards the Wisdom Sky domain. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Wisdom Sky domain, Elder Yu. No wonder he agreed so quickly. He had been waiting for this. He was confident that he could force Lu Yin to cut off the Tao debate and allow the boundless realm to avoid this opportunity. As for the matter of the teachings, it was unclear. He was certain that he did not have any evidence. If not for the wordless heavenly book, Lu Yin truly did not have any evidence. But so what if he had evidence? After the Tao debate, if the people of the boundless realm had heard everything from the beginning to the end, then most of them would have spiritualized. At that time it would be too late to say anything. If they did not listen and cut off the opportunity to discuss the Tao debate, then the wordless heavenly book would be restored. How sinister. This old man was not worried about Lu Yin causing any trouble at all. He also knew that no matter how big of a commotion he caused before the day of the spirit sacrifice, it would not be a big deal. After all, the day of the spirit sacrifice was just as important to Lu Yin. Perhaps this was also a test. Lu Yin had been constantly testing the spiritualized universe in Xianxia, while Elder Yu had been testing Lu Yin. Now that the primogenitor had been tested, Lu Yin wanted to see if the primogenitor could accept the results. In front of the boulder foundation, Elder Yu looked in the direction of the 100-grass domain. What would you do? As a disciple of the boundless realm, what exactly did you think of the spiritualized universe? No matter what, the boundless realm belonged to the spiritualized universe. This was an opportunity for you to completely join the spiritualized universe. If you did not stop it, then you would join the spiritualized universe. If you did, then it would mean that your heart was with the Tianyuan universe. That way the boundless realm would not care about your status as a disciple of the boundless realm. As for raising the people of the boundless realm by a level, if you stopped this Tao debate and were unwilling to join the spiritualized universe, then you would have given up on this condition. Did you really think that I would agree to your conditions so easily? Even if the Tianyuan universe did not care about a few more primordial realm or even bitter calamity realm powerhouses, it would still bring trouble. What would you do? In the distance, a figure appeared and approached the primogenitor. Elder Yu's gaze turned cold. He was actually coming directly? Oh, it was not Lu Xianxia. Who was this person? The primogenitor took a step forward and arrived in front of the boulder foundation. He looked at Elder Yu from afar and raised his hand, striking the boulder foundation. Elder Yu's gaze turned cold and he attacked at the same time. Clang! A loud sound spread through the 36 domains, making the cultivators who heard it feel uncomfortable. This loud sound was different from the previous one. It made the 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses' emotions go into chaos. The 3 of them opened their eyes and looked up. Who is this person? You are the former master of the Tianyuan universe. Elder Yu's expression became extremely solemn. He knew how powerful the primogenitor was from the test just now. Because of him, the primogenitor was forced to take a step back. The primogenitor looked at Elder Yu and said, "Good plan, but the people of the Tianyuan universe are not so easy to pull over." After saying that, he struck the boulder foundation again while reciting the primogenitor's scripture. Given by the heavenly Tao swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers, the ancient land is harmonious, imitating the high sage. What the heavenly Tao does not allow, condense qi into. Leap through the starry sky and lie down. Communicate with people and swallow and spit hundreds of rivers. Leap through the vast expanse and lie down. The primogenitor's scripture spread through the 36 domains along with the boulder foundation's loud sound and the 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses' light spots dissipating. Wujiang. Above, Lu Yin looked at the wordless heavenly book. The originally dim name on it suddenly recovered. Pairs of eyes opened and looked into the distance in shock. Lu Yin said, "Continue to listen. Don't disappoint the senior." Everyone closed their eyes again and listened to the boulder foundation's Tao discussion. In front of the boulder foundation, Elder Yu struck out a palm to interrupt the primogenitor's scripture. However, he was helpless against the primogenitor's strength. He did not expect that other than the Lu Master, there was also an extremely powerful senior above the Wujiang. Below the boulder foundation, the 3 bitter calamity realm powerhouses attacked the primogenitor at the same time. They wanted to push him away, but the primogenitor remained motionless. Do you really want to need the Tianyuan universe as you wish? Are you worthy? The voice of the primogenitor's scripture continued to resound. Elder Yu was shocked. This person's strength was not much weaker than Xianxia. He might even be stronger than the Lu Master. At this time, a figure walked out from behind Elder Yu. It was Xianxia. Elder Yu was not surprised by Xianxia's appearance. If he did not appear at this time, he would not be Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia appear, the primogenitor's heart sank. Although he could fight, his strength had not increased due to suppressing Immemorial City for many years. He still could not catch up to Xianxia's level. Even an Eternal was not someone he could truly fight against. Lu Yin walked out of the void and stood beside the primogenitor. "Senior, let's attack together." The primogenitor said, "We can try. If we can't hold on, then forget it." Understood. The 2 slapped the boulder foundation at the same time. On the opposite side, Xianxia pressed down on the boulder foundation with one hand while Elder Yu attacked at the same time. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Countless cultivators in the 36 domains vomited blood. The sound was too loud. After 37 years, Lu Yin and the primogenitor faced off against Xianxia for the first time. Separated by the boulder foundation, their palms collided. The clash between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe's peak had come so suddenly that even Lu Yin was not prepared for it. The boulder foundation trembled continuously, and the sound transmitted to the 36 domains changed. The cultivators in the 36 domains had to stop listening. The three bitter adepts watched in shock. The force power was unparalleled. They knew that even at their peak they would not be able to interfere. Continue, Elder Yu said. The three closed their eyes and their figures faded again. The boulder foundation continued to speak. The force battle had to be as calm as possible. Not only the spiritualized universe, but Wu Jiang also needed this opportunity. In order to ensure that the monolith's discourse of Tao was normal, the duel was not only a test of their own combat strength, but also a test of their control of combat strength. The first to give up was Elder Yu. He was weaker than the other three and could not maintain the balance of the four's power. He was forced to withdraw. His withdrawal did not affect Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze turned cold, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. Waves of air surged around his body, and the nine heavens transformation continued to grow. Lu Yin felt an unparalleled power enter his body through the boulder's foundation. The starry sky in his heart had already been released and boundless power flowed through it. His mastery realm battle force spread out, and his consciousness passed through the boulder's foundation and pressed down on Xianxia. The primogenitor released the sky palace. The primogenitor's sword that had been shattered by the only true god was repaired by Lu Yin. The 6 primogenitor swords circled around, and although they did not seem as majestic as Lu Yin's, they were purer. Chapter 3572. Lu Yin could use all kinds of powers to defeat countless opponents, but there was one power he couldn't resist. It was a difference brought about by extreme purity. In the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, the progenitor had easily suppressed several Xianxia. His attacks were simple and effective, and that was the absolute difference. It was the same for Xianxia. There was a difference that Lu Yin couldn't overcome. This kind of difference couldn't be made up for with various methods, but once it was surpassed, it would become irreversible, just like how Lu Yin had dealt with the thought Immortal and dancing butterfly world's edge. The great Tao was simple and refined. One focused on one point while the other focused on all aspects. The progenitor teamed up with Lu Yin to resist Xianxia. It wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to defeat them now. However, they had forgotten that the boulder's foundation belonged to Xianxia. If they fought with the boulder's foundation, they would lose at the starting point. When the boulder's foundation vibrated, boundless sequence particles followed Xianxia's heart like a boulder, easily suppressing the progenitor and Lu Yin. Lu Yin's other hand quickly performed a chain of palm strikes, wanting to use the sequence particles to resist, but there wasn't enough time. The progenitor shouted, "Shuzi, back off." At that moment, Elder Yu suddenly stepped forward and performed another palm strike. This time, it passed through the boulder's foundation and restrained the progenitor's power for an instant. At that moment, Xianxia's 9 heavens transformation was fully activated and forced the progenitor back. The progenitor took several steps back and shouted, "Shuzi, back off." Lu Yin stared at Xianxia. Back off? It wasn't time yet. In the corner of his eye, a red light streaked across the void, penetrating the starry sky and entering Lu Yin's body. The progenitor was shocked. Godly power. Xianxia and Elder Yu were both surprised by the sudden appearance of godly power. Xianxia's face sank. Eternity. This was the first time the only true god's godly power had appeared in the spiritualized universe. Along the way, everyone who saw it felt a chill run down their spine. It was as if they had seen a disaster that had split the spiritualized universe into two. This power had brought disaster to the Tianyuan universe. The moment it appeared in the spiritualized universe, countless people felt their scalps tingle. Especially those above the primordial realm, they had a bad feeling. As the godly power entered his body, Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Scarlet energy boiled and spread out, causing the surrounding space to boil. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Stay away from me, I might not be able to control it. I'll help you disperse the godly power. The primogenitor was about to act. Lu Yin turned around and met the progenitor's gaze. I won't back down from this battle. The progenitor stared at Lu Yin in a daze, and for the first time his resolute gaze felt so foreign. That was the gaze of the master of the Tianyuan universe. It was a kind of responsibility, a kind of spirit that would never shrink back. He had basically controlled the Tianyuan universe in the past, but times were different. He did not have any enemies back then. At most there were space beasts. Even though the battles were intense, he did not feel like he was about to be wiped out. With his absolute strength and the 3 worlds and 6 Daoists under him as the ruler, he played around like a game. As a matter of fact, he even stopped the 3 worlds and 6 Daoists from breaking through to the primordial realm due to certain concerns because he did not feel pressured at all. This was why the sole true God had surpassed him, bringing about a long period of darkness for the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin was different. He had started out as a weak ant and he had slowly climbed to the top. He had started out in the outer verse, the inner verse, the Starfall Sea, the Neoverse, the Astral Tree, the Hexagon Gang, and so on. He had then led limitless to this spiritualized universe. Every step he had taken had been difficult, but he had known where to go with each step. How was he supposed to raise it when it fell? He could not back down from this step. The progenitor could back down, and he had repeatedly reminded Lu Yin to back down if he could not hold on. But could he really do that? If he did, then the invincible image he had created in the spiritualized universe would completely vanish. At the very least, the entire spiritualized universe would know that Xianxia was suppressing him, suppressing the Tianyuan universe. Everything he had done was just a struggle. The image that the Tianyuan universe had managed to turn around with great difficulty would be destroyed by Xianxia. Then where would he find the confidence to face Elder Yu? Not necessarily being Xianxia's opponent and definitely not being Xianxia's opponent were 2 completely different concepts. Lu Yin understood this all too well. In a battle of wits and courage, he could not afford to make a single mistake. The sole true God understood this as well. The progenitor was too kind. His kindness had been given to the Tianyuan universe, and he was willing to sacrifice himself for it. He was so pure, but in this battle against the spiritualized universe, this kindness would blind him. At that moment, the progenitor suddenly recalled what he had said to Lu Yin. Zhu Zi, only you are suitable to lead the Tianyuan universe. He had understood this long ago. The progenitor stopped. Should he not back down? Fine, he would not back down even if it meant death. He had just taken this step. Lu Yin's eyes turned scarlet as divine power erupted from his body. His hair was like a red chi sea that surged, defying the heavens. A scarlet pillar of light rose up, stunning Elder Yu and the others. They had never felt such power before. Unease, extreme unease, blood, darkness, and an indescribable sense of violence and terror. What kind of power was this? The spiritualized universe had cooperated with the Eternals, but they had never truly come into contact with the sole true God, let alone divine power. The appearance of this power shocked Elder Yu greatly. Xianxia's gaze changed as he stared at Lu Yin. You actually cultivated the power of the Eternals? Lu Yin's lips curled up and a black line fell from his left eye. His sleeves were torn apart, revealing ferocious red stripes on his arms. Black and red clouds appeared in front of his chest, as if they were floating above a red chi sea. His entire body seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood, and a red light spread out from his body. Ripples formed, forming a vertical red lake. This was the divine power transformation. At this moment he was like a ghost and a demon. The first time he had used the divine power transformation was when he dealt with old Monster Mo. Similarly, divine power from the outside world had led to the divine power transformation. However, Lu Yin had lost consciousness at that time, and his entire body had been controlled by the divine power. At this moment his consciousness was clear. Although his mind was filled with boundless killing intent, it was not completely chaotic. In fact, he himself did not know about the divine power transformation. He had wanted to use the divine power from the starry sky in his heart, but he did not expect the sole true God to send his divine power through space. He had endured the divine power and used the divine power transformation naturally. This was something that the sole true God had not expected. The sole true God had only provided him with divine power, and he had not expected Lu Yin to have such a transformation. This was the first time the divine power transformation had appeared in front of others, and it was also the first time Luyin had truly used it. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure. This pressure came from Luyin's own strength, but it also came from his divine power. This was the power of Luyin's union with eternity, and it had also undergone a strange transformation. This person still had this kind of power? Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his other hand pressed down. Clang. There was a loud sound as the boulder's foundation's boundless sequence particles were separated. At this moment the two's power was no longer the same as before. The boulder's foundation could decide. Luyin gritted his teeth, and the divine power star globe in his heart rotated, constantly drawing out divine power to suppress it. Boundless power, extreme things and so on were all used to resist Xianxia. Foolish Old and Primogenitor both retreated and watched this scene. Xianxia could not shake Luyin off for a while. Luyin saw the killing intent in Xianxia's eyes, and his gaze flickered as he displayed an even more berserk divine power, causing the star globe to rotate crazily. Xianxia's expression sank. Do you really think you can resist me? Not even the Eternals can stop me. Formless and formless, no self can't cross, dispel the clouds in the sky. Bang! There was a loud explosion and Luyin spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Primogenitor hurriedly stepped forward and attacked the boulder's foundation. Foolish Old was about to intervene when Xianxia shouted, "Back off! Let's see who can stop me in these three universes." Imperial Robe. The white robe burned as it covered the sky and pressed down on Luyin and Primogenitor. Primogenitor gritted his teeth, and the Primogenitor sword soared into the sky and slashed at the robe. Luyin retracted his left arm, and a karmic spiral wrapped around his fingertip as he attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He was most wary of the power of karma. The powerhouses who had crossed bitter adversity could sense the power of karma, but he could sense it even more clearly. When the karmic spiral reached him, the imperial robe landed in front of him and ignited karma. The karmic spiral could not penetrate it immediately. Do you really think the power of karma is invincible? You are far from it. Xianxia pushed the imperial robe and pressed it against the boulder's foundation. The foundation rotated and the twisting force pressed down on Luyin and Primogenitor. At that moment, another red beam of divine power pierced through the sky and entered Luyin's body. Following that, another beam of divine power came from afar. Foolish Old acted wanting to block the divine power. However, he was forced back the moment he came into contact with the divine power. This was definitely Xianxia's level of power and he knew who it was. The true number one powerhouse of the Tianyuan universe for countless years, the master of the Eternals. With a whoosh, Xianxia grabbed the imperial robe and retreated. At the same time, the Primogenitor and Luyin also retreated and exchanged glances. Xianxia stared at the two and suddenly turned around to head in the direction of the divine power. The Eternals were the greatest threat and he had to find them. With Xianxia's departure, the battle immediately ended. Luyin resisted the urge to cough up blood and stared at Foolish Old before leaving with the Primogenitor. His body also returned to normal. The Boulder's Tao discussion was about to end. The Primogenitor had interfered with the Primogenitor's scripture, ending the enlightenment prematurely. Even if there was more enlightenment, it would not affect the people of the boundless boundary. Foolish Old did not stop them, and he watched the two leave with an uncertain expression. After a while he exhaled and returned to the Boulder's foundation to continue the Boulder's Tao discussion. The three powerhouses who had crossed bitter adversity were close to becoming transparent. On the other side, Luyin had just returned to the boundless boundary when he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia's absolute strength had crushed his internal organs. The Primogenitor was not in a good state either. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his expression was solemn. Xianxia's strength is still above my expectations. This is not something that time can make up for. Over the years, one's inspiration and understanding of life will improve qualitatively. Luyin wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His face was pale, but if we work together we can barely hold on. Chapter 3573. The Primogenitor looked at Luyin. You know that the Eternal will take action? Luyin shook his head. I'm not sure. If he doesn't take action I can only fight to the death with the way of karma. We can't win against Xianxia, but we can't lose either. The primogenitor sighed. If you had the time, you would have surpassed Xianxia sooner or later. It's just a pity that you were born too late. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This is the first time I hope the Eternal doesn't die. The primogenitor smiled bitterly. Me too. He's like a hidden arrow that constantly stabs Xianxia. The only true god right now was definitely not Xianxia's opponent. After all, he had just been reborn through the spirit seed. However, once he fully recovered, coupled with the changes brought about by the turbid spirit seed, his strength would no longer be measured by the standards of the Tianyuan universe. Even though they did not want to admit it, Lu Yin and the primogenitor both knew that the Eternal had surpassed them. The Eternal was the only expert that belonged to both the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. Before long, the discussion of the ways of the monolith ended. With the deaths of the 3 bitter disaster experts, the Desolate God successfully reached the primordial realm. The Desolate God was one of the 6 paths of the 3 worlds. He could reach the primordial realm in the era of the Above Heavens sect, but he fell into a deep slumber after his body shattered. It had been so long since he revived, so it was not difficult for him to reach the primordial realm with the comprehension of the bitter disaster experts. The celestial lord of victorious battle entered seclusion as well. He did not reach the primordial realm immediately, but it would not be too late. He should be able to break through once he emerged. Several more primordial realm experts appeared above the boundless world. Apart from Xianxia and the other peak experts, the primordial realm was already the apex of the universe. The only difference between the primordial realm and the bitter disaster realm was their mental state. Some people's strength would even decline when they underwent the bitter disaster. As a result, as long as one reached the primordial realm and the laws did not approach them, they would have the right to challenge the apex. In particular, the people of the Tianyuan universe did not grow up under a unified cultivation system. It was even more difficult for them to reach the primordial realm, so they would definitely become even more powerful after they succeeded. The primogenitor entered seclusion. Lu Yin entered seclusion as well. He was in seclusion, but he was actually healing himself. The boundless void continued to be sealed, and Elder Yu didn't come looking for them. It was as if the final battle of the monolith's Tao discussion had never happened. However, the impact on the 36 regions was enormous. This impact would be felt many years later. In the Zhikong domain, Elder Yu's expression was grave when he heard that Wujiang had been sealed. Lu Sangtian still represented the Tianyuan universe. Even though he was a disciple of a supreme pinnacle, it was impossible for him to become a spiritualized universe. He had never expected the Tianyuan cosmos to be able to resist Xianxia. He knew very well how powerful Xianxia was. Otherwise, why would the Zhikong domain, whose history far surpassed Xianxia, be so afraid of them? Even Baoqi didn't dare to stop him because Xianxia was invincible. No one could resist him. He even felt that even if the 7 great Sang heavens joined forces, they would not be a match for Xianxia. Previously, Wujiang had been full of confidence and he did not believe it. The reason why they joined forces and agreed to the passive condition was only on the surface. Even if Lu Sangtian suppressed the entire spiritualized universe, he would not be able to do anything. As long as Yu Sangtian existed, he could only be suppressed. But in the battle just now, not only did it let him see Wujiang's battle prowess, it also let him see how they would rather die than submit. Lu Yin's gaze made Yu Lao see another him. Was it good or bad to cooperate with this person? If he could see it, so could Yu Sangtian. However, he still did not act against this person. It seemed that this person's identity as a disciple of a supreme pinnacle was absolutely confirmed. Yu Sangtian, Lu Sangtian. The supreme pinnacle was always in charge. Yu Lao stood on the barren land and fell into deep thought. 3 years passed and Lu Yin's injuries had already recovered. They were not serious to begin with. The ancestor was not injured at all. In these 3 years he had been studying the transformation of the 9 heavens. When Lu Yin came out of seclusion, he came looking for him. It's about time. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Good. Prepare to give Yu Sangtian a surprise. Yu Sangtian's transformation of the 9 heavens allowed him to grow stronger. This battle technique was very attractive to everyone. Once mastered, one's strength would increase greatly. At the same time, a huge battleship headed towards the spiritualized universe. The 9th spirit held a wine gourd and looked drunk. In less than 3 years they would return to the spiritualized universe. The day of the sacrifice was just around the corner. She could see her hometown. Wu Huang walked over and looked ahead. What's wrong? Anxious? The ninth spirit teased. Wu Huang looked ahead, suppressing something in his eyes. The ninth spirit took a sip of wine. If you can see a miracle on the day of the sacrifice, will you challenge Xianxia? Wu Huang's eyes flashed as he looked at the ninth spirit. You think I can? The ninth spirit sneered. Isn't that what you've always wanted? How would I know if you can? I'm not sure of Xianxia's strength. Wu Huang looked away. I'm not sure either. So you're making yourself more resistant? The ninth spirit laughed. Wu Huang was very serious. As long as he can't kill me, I'll have a chance to retaliate. The ninth spirit sighed. Impressive. The muscleman's brain is indeed not something ordinary people can understand. Perhaps only Wu Huang can understand you. That's why he doesn't walk this path. Instead he's good at running. Ah. Wu Huang frowned. Thinking of Wu Huang, he was very unhappy. Not just because this guy was his enemy, but also because he had tarnished the name of the beast spirit Molt. The beast spirit Molt had always been a fierce warrior, but this bastard was good at running. If he could not win, he would run. No one could catch him. He had cultivated the so close, yet worlds apart echelon technique that the beast spirit Molt was so ashamed of. And this echelon technique was also the reason why he was unhappy with Wu Huang. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill that guy. Shame. There's a battleship for the universe of consciousness? The ninth spirit looked ahead. The huge battleship was propelled forward by the springboard and would soon pass by. Wu Huang looked at the battleship. Probably not for the universe of consciousness to Torch City. Going to the universe of consciousness at this time is suicide. The ninth spirit thought about it and agreed. They had all returned. The universe of consciousness had the 13 heavenly phenomenon experts. Without their protection, spiritualized cultivators would die. The two battleships brushed past each other. Wu Huang looked calmly and saw a smiling face. A familiar smiling face. So wretched. Who was this? He stared blankly. The ninth spirit was surprised. Wu Huang. Wu Huang stared blankly at the battleship, flabbergasted. On the battleship opposite, Wu Huang grinned, waving at Wu Huang. Hurry up and get back. Your father has left you a gift. A gift dash. The battleship flew past, vanishing in the blink of an eye. If not for this speed, it could not have crossed the distance in 10 years. Wu Huang could not react in time, even though he wanted to destroy Wu Huang's battleship. Why had Wu Huang left the spiritualized universe? What was he going to do? The ninth spirit was confused. Why would he leave the spiritualized universe at this time? Wu Huang was also confused. What had Wu Huang said? What did he just say? The ninth spirit thought about it. A gift. Wu Huang's eyes narrowed and he glared murderously behind him. Why had this bastard left? A gift for leaving the spiritualized universe? That did not sound like anything good. What had happened in the spiritualized universe? The ninth spirit was gloating. He left you a gift. Interesting. What is it? Looks like it's not simple. Do you think he left because of the gift? He's afraid you'll hunt him to death when you return. These words made Wu Huang's heart sink. If that was the case, then that bastard Wu Huang must have done something. Wu Huang's mood soured and he returned to the cabin with a dark expression. The ninth spirit laughed. 2 years passed. On this day, Heavenly Lord Victor broke through to the spiritual prime realm, and Wu Huang celebrated. The spiritual prime realm Heavenly Lord Victor was even more domineering, and his golden light was even more dazzling. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Wu Huang's ship, smiling. If Wu Huang returned to the Tianyuan universe now, who knew how much of a shock it would bring? A pity that the journey home was still far away. What are you thinking about? Mu Zhu came smiling. Lu Yin said, I want to go home. Mu Zhu smiled faintly. Don't think so much since you're here. Lu Yin looked at Mu Zhu. Senior sister, do you miss home? Mu Zhu and her master, Mr. Mu, had come from another universe, and they had been defeated in that universe. To them, that universe was their home. Mu Zhu exhaled. Yes, anyone would miss home. Some say that cultivators forget their 7 emotions and 6 desires and have no weaknesses. Many cultivators cut off their mortal ties because they had no choice. When they go into seclusion, their loved ones may be gone. But you have to ask yourself to be sure. How can a person not have any feelings? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, there will always be. After a moment of silence, Mu Zhu patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Little junior brother, you will have a chance to go home. Don't worry, senior sister has faith in you. Lu Yin was curious. Senior sister, have you not broken through? Mu Zhu had lived longer than the 3 realms in 6 Dao. She had saved the patriarch with Mr. Mu, and now there was no sign of a breakthrough. Mu Zhu was helpless. I can't break through in the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe. I can only break through in my own universe. Why is that? Lu Yin did not understand. Mu Zhu said, I don't know either. I've gotten used to it after so many years. Master's strength has been declining? Lu Yin asked. Mu Zhu nodded. Yes. The decline is severe and he may never recover. What was Master's strength at his peak? Lu Yin asked curiously. He had asked Mr. Mu and the patriarch this question before, but he could not get an accurate answer. Mr. Mu's strength must be terrifying. He could cut off the river of time and stabilize the mirage. Even Lu Yin could not do this now, and neither could the patriarch. Only Mr. Mu could do this. Mu Zhu thought for a moment. I don't know his exact strength, but he was stronger than all of you. Compared to you, Xianxia? Lu Yin asked. Mu Zhu shook her head. I have never fought with you, Xianxia. I can't tell at that level. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. All right. Mu Zhu smiled at Lu Yin and said casually, Master gave that eternal realm an indelible injury, not a wound caused by the chain of causality. Lu Yin was shocked. Eternal realm from your universe? Mu Zhu nodded. Yes. That eternal realm wanted to keep us here, but Master took me and ran away. He even gave him a hard blow. That was it. She left after saying that. Chapter 3574. Lu Yin looked at Mu Zhu's back and Mr. Mu's face appeared in his mind. That was ruthless. He knew that Mr. Mu was strong, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape from his universe, but he hadn't expected it to be like this. Lu Yin knew very well how strong a grass grandmaster was and he couldn't fight back. Anyone below the eternal realm shouldn't have been able to fight back. Grass grandmasters were invincible without even doing anything. This was the power of an eternal realm expert. But Mr. Mu had been able to injure an eternal realm expert from his universe, and he hadn't escaped alone. He'd even brought Mu Zhu along. Lu Yin wasn't confident in his abilities. Looking at the stars from the bow of Boundless made Lu Yin feel like he could fight to the death at any time, but he could also return at any time. This was the closest place to home. He did miss home, but only for a moment. He had come here with the idea that he couldn't return, and the entire Boundless was like that. Boundless carried the human civilization from the primordial space, and he hoped to use it to bring a future to the Tianyuan universe. What worried him the most right now was the Jutian change. He and the primogenitor had studied it and understood how to split open the 9 skies, but he didn't want to. Just as he'd said to Yushan before, he could either have someone else split open the 9 skies when he was weak and had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, or he could only learn to do it himself. The so-called splitting of the 9 skies was to split one's inner world into 9, and each power existed in a unique cultivation state within a sky. The 9 skies represented the continuous cultivation of the 9 powers. This was different from the 9 clones technique, but there were similarities. It didn't have the drawbacks of the 9 clones technique that could create an independent personality, and there was no need for clones to search for battle techniques. One only needed to grasp enough power and split it into 9 skies for continuous cultivation. The transformation of the 9 heavens would fuse these 9 types of power that were constantly cultivated and could instantly erupt with terrifying strength. Yushan was like this, and Xianxia was even more so. Rather than saying that the Jutian change was a battle technique, it was better to say that it was a power that constantly cultivated and perfected itself. It was as if the 9 powers were endowed with spirituality, and it wouldn't delay one's cultivation or waste any time. Once it erupted in battle, the transformation it brought was unparalleled. It had to be said that this battle technique was very tempting. If Lu Yin had just embarked on the path of cultivation, he would not have been able to reject this mystical battle technique. However, at this moment, the starry sky in his heart had already taken shape. If he opened the 9 skies, it would be the same as changing the starry sky in his heart. Was this worth it? He didn't have an answer himself. The starry sky in his heart was a starry sky. With the 9 heavens, the starry sky was divided into 9 parts. His strength was constantly cultivating and transforming. It seemed like it could bring about a great increase in strength, but he always felt that it was not worth it. There was a kind of premonition in the dark that was stopping him. For the sake of a battle skill, he had to change the already formed starry sky in his heart. This was what he was most conflicted about. What was certain was that once he opened the 9 heavens and cultivated the changes of the 9 heavens, with the various powers he currently possessed, he would be able to increase his battle prowess by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. If he fully activated the changes of the 9 heavens, he was confident that he would be able to fight Xianxia head-on. This was what he was most conflicted about. Compared to his premonition, the increase in power he obtained at this moment was undoubtedly more tempting. The progenitor, on the other hand, did not hesitate. His cultivation was not as complex as Lu Yin's. Even if he changed his internal world, he would not have the same premonition. In fact, most cultivators would not be conflicted about this. It was very difficult for them to cultivate the power of the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. Even Lu Yin himself could not understand this power. He looked at the starry sky. Above his head was a starry sky. His heart was also a starry sky. Why was the starry sky always so vast and boundless? Why was there always a star revolving around it? Lu Yin floated towards the universe and stood in the dark starry sky. He emptied his mind and spread his arms. Compared to the universe, humans were too insignificant. Even if he had the power to destroy spacetime, what about the entire universe? If the spiritualized universe wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, it would have to wait until the Tianyuan universe had enough parallel spacetimes. If the progenitor wanted to protect the Tianyuan universe, he would have to destroy too many parallel spacetimes or suppress the sequence's string. In the end, only the universe itself could create it, and only the universe itself could destroy it. Humans would never be able to truly control the life and death of a universe. Humans were creatures that were contained by the universe. Before humans appeared, how many creatures that had controlled the universe had been contained? Why had they disappeared? But the universe had never disappeared. The universe was everything. It was also the end of all living things. Humans could not surpass the universe, so they had to learn from it. Since the universe was vast and the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart was the same as the universe, why change it? Lu Yin let out a long breath. If he changed it, he would not be able to return. The starry sky in his heart was the same as the universe's. He had cultivated to this point with great difficulty, so if he suddenly changed it, there would be an inconceivable resistance. Where did this resistance come from? Could it be? Lu Yin looked down. Could it be coming from the starry sky in his heart? This starry sky was unwilling to change. The progenitor knew that Lu Yin was hesitating, but he did not interfere. No one could help Lu Yin on his path, not even Mr. Mu. He had walked a path that no one had ever walked before, especially when the Tao of Karma enveloped the starry sky in his heart. That power was no longer ordinary. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days passed. Lu Yin was in the darkness, surrounded by experts from the boundless boundary that prevented anyone from approaching. Some were cultivating in seclusion, while others were experiencing the mundane world. At Lu Yin's level, the universe was his only cultivation ground, and there was only the universe above his head. On this day, Lu Yin opened his eyes and took out the root of wisdom from his cosmic ring. He brewed some tea and drank it slowly. The tea was no longer effective for him, but he needed to calm his mind. He was not willing to give up on the changes to the 9 heavens, nor was he willing to change the starry sky in his heart. His thoughts and insights were all focused on this moment. Another 10 days passed and Lu Yin took out the root of wisdom again, brewed some tea and drank it slowly. The starry sky was silent, and he could hear the tea flowing down his throat. He could hear his own heartbeat and he could hear all sorts of sounds. These sounds seemed to be alive, constantly rising and falling. Lu Yin looked up, lost in thought as he stared at the boundless darkness, listening to all sorts of sounds. Gradually he heard the sounds of his own strength, his spiritual force, his domain, his battle techniques, his consciousness, and all sorts of other sounds grew louder and louder. There were too many and he had cultivated too much. He did not know what these sounds were doing. Were they snatching? Snatching for what? Snatching for the changes to the 9 heavens? Suddenly Lu Yin opened his eyes. He did not know when, but he had fallen asleep. Were those sounds just now an illusion? Oh, they were real. They were all snatching the changes to the 9 heavens. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as waves of energy flashed through his mind. They had just come to life. He stood there in a daze, recalling the sounds just now. His entire being was like a withered tree that had stood tall for countless years, and his surroundings grew darker and darker. The boundless up above, numerous gazes looked over with complicated expectations. If anyone could truly defeat Xianxia, it was not the progenitor but Lu Yin. Lu Yin had created too many miracles. He had climbed up step by step from the bottom and experienced too much. His life was a legend and he could bring about impossible victories. As they watched Lu Yin fall into deep thought, they did not dare to breathe too loudly. The progenitor was also watching with a gratified expression. That state just now was a moment of enlightenment. Did you feel anything? Lu Yin frowned and his sluggish eyes gradually regained their luster. He looked around but it was still dark and deep. His lips curled up and he slowly closed his eyes. The starry sky fell silent once more. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Half a year passed and when Lu Yin opened his eyes again, his gaze was completely different from before. Behind him, a boundless consciousness whizzed out and shot straight into the sky. It was like a coiling dragon that was curving upwards, as if it was going to split the heavens into 9. Above the boundless horizon, the progenitor stood up and laughed. So that's how it is. Wuxia is smart. Aside from the progenitor, no one else could understand what Lu Yin was doing. Lu Yin was not just splitting open the 9 heavens, but also combining the Xia family's 9 clones to create the changes to the 9 heavens in his consciousness. If he could not split open the 9 heavens in his heart, then he would use another. The 9 clones allowed Lu Yin to understand how to create clones. He did not need to bestow his consciousness with intelligence, but he could use the 9 clones to give his consciousness the possibility of splitting open the 9 heavens. He could split open the 9 heavens in his consciousness and cultivate the changes to the 9 heavens. His consciousness split into 9 and became the 9 heavens. In the starry sky in his heart, the land and soil connected to the sky, falling into the first of the 9 heavens. Next, darkness covered the second as battle force reached the realm of mastery. Light streaked through the third. Limitless power spread to the fourth. With a wave of his hand, the sun set on the fifth. A palm print pressed down, overturning sky palm the sixth. The withered tree fell on the seventh. Divine power was drawn out and turned into a beam of light that pierced through the eighth. The first was transcendence, the second was indestructible, the third was flowing light, the fourth was limitless, the fifth was setting sun, the sixth was overturning sky, the seventh was reversing matter, and the eighth was divine. As for the highest ninth, Lu Yin wanted to leave a power for himself. That power was the most suitable, but he had not obtained it yet. When his consciousness split open the 9 heavens and bestowed the 8 powers, it instantly entered Lu Yin's body. Even though it caused a huge commotion, no one other than Lu Yin could understand it. He had used his consciousness to cultivate the changes to the 9 heavens. At this moment, Lu Yin did not know how much the changes to the 9 heavens would increase his battle prowess. But no matter how small it was still some improvement. At his level, it was not easy to increase his battle prowess. He either had to constantly search for the sequence foundation and melt the sequence particles or absorb consciousness. As for breaking through to the next realm, it was not time yet. He did not know what kind of sequence law he would create. The cultivators of the spiritualized universe did not know that Lu Yin was currently a progenitor and not a sequence law. Even though he had sequence particles and could prevent the laws from approaching him, he was still a progenitor. Even Xianxia had forgotten this fact. Even the people of the Tianyuan universe had almost forgotten. They had subconsciously treated Lu Yin as a powerhouse, but they had forgotten that he was still a progenitor. Lu Yin could still break through, and not just once,